Okay, well, nice to see everybody this morning. So just in terms of setting just a little more context, most human beings have a very, very superficial relationship to themselves. And most people have a very superficial relationship to their experience. Most people know themselves only in the context of the biographical self, which is conditioned by all the experience they've had. And the biographical self, the self that was conceived in a certain moment, born at a certain moment, and will die at a certain moment of time, is finite. It is not unimportant. It is not insignificant. And it is not real. It is a significant dimension of the self. But when, for reasons of genetic basis and cultural reinforcement, a person only knows themselves as that and focuses all their attention into it, then the biographical self, the ego, becomes the main event in a person's life and its importance becomes inflated. And because the existence of the biographical self is inherently limited, then most people's main existence, they exist within the context of inherent limitation. So I bought my house in 1991, and for 20 years or so, every May I noticed my driveway was lined with mushrooms. And I just paid no attention to it because, I mean, there are mushrooms all over the place. I live in the forest. And then one day, I knelt down, took a picture with my iPhone, sent it to a friend whose son is a mycologist, and he wrote back and said, "Where are those mushrooms?" And I said, "Well, they line my driveway for 2 weeks every way." He said, "Those are morel mushrooms." So they're a very fine delicacy. And now I go out and I collect them every year, and I've marked where they all are, and I eat them. And they're very expensive if you buy them, and they're delicious. They were always there, but I never really saw them to really see them and know them for what they were because I didn't have a signifier for them. So when you feel the pulses, you feel every quality that can be identified on the pulse, but you don't know what they are because you don't have signifiers for them. So you feel 100 qualities, you just don't have signifiers for them, so you can't identify them and understand their implications and organize them into a coherent picture. So trauma reinforces a person's identification with the biographical. They understand they understand what happened, and their entire relationship to it is generally formulated by the mechanical workings as an immature developing mind compensates in the face of confusion and pain. And because their attention is focused on the biographical self their entire lives, that's all they ever know themselves as. And while the ego may work to overcome what happens out there in the wheel, it can never do it because it only exists out there in the wheel. And it can't exist anywhere else. So it's part and parcel of the entire complex. And The only way to reach a real solution to all of this is to contextualize the biographical self and all the experience in it by waking up to all the other dimensions of the self that the ego has obscured and denies, and that we've lost contact to due to shock and severance of the heart and the kidney, the jing and the shen, the consciousness and the unconscious. And so we need to wake up to all these other dimensions of the self as self, and those dimensions within the biographical sphere include ego and superego and shadow and beyond that, we need to wake up to the dimensions which, when we do wake up to them, appear more real and more significant and far more compelling to us, and actually reveal that the biographical self is rather small, inherently limited, and though not unimportant, far less important, far less interesting, far less compelling than dimensions of the self such as emptiness, luminosity, the psyche, the soul, the witness, and the non-dual vision and experience of union, which is experienced as, and the experience of which manifests as love absolute. Love absolute is limitless love, not attached to any particular object, but contains all objects. And we awaken to a care that is heartbreaking. And a lot of people with trauma want to heal their wounded hearts, but development and contemplation and awakening reveal that the only person who is whole is one who has the courage to live with a broken heart. And people with trauma want to learn to trust, but they generally do that in a trigger-aware way of trying to control everything and everyone around them so they feel safe, when the real path forward is being trustworthy. The medicine I teach, and the reason yesterday may have seemed like philosophy to many of you, is that when you're treating the gross level in a person and your medical practice is confined to the gross level, there is no pressing imperative that you've ever experienced what the patient is experiencing. So I had a significant part of my practice was treating infertility. I never studied how to do it. I just actually took pulses and did Chinese medicine and had a very high success rate. And obviously, I've never been pregnant. And I treated many people successfully for sciatica and eczema and migraine headaches, and the litany goes on and on of things I've never experienced. And if we're treating in the gross realm, there's no imperative to have had to experience it. But if we endeavor to practice an integral medicine that leaves no part of the self behind, no significant part of the self behind, we're never going to have a deeper, more profound embrace of anyone else's condition than we have of our own. And we're never going to know anybody better than we know ourselves. And if we are going to practice a medicine that leaves no significant part of the self behind, one that is truly holistic and not just paying lip service to holism, then we have to do the work that is necessary to awaken to and form and have lived relationship and lived experience in an ongoing basis daily, so that none of these things I'm talking about, none of these parts of the self and their motivations and their capacities and their views are abstract to us. That is why I'm about to start teaching this Dimensions of the Self class, because the medicine I teach, I teach tons of technique and tons of physiology, but all of it is in service to the practitioner who is actually awake to all of this and to all these parts of these. I don't teach techniques that a technical person can exercise on others in order to just improve gross pathology. What I'm teaching is an integral approach that implicates the grossest dimensions of the self all the way through the most subtle, and all of those have to be lived realities. When people have trauma that has deeply reinforced their identification with a part of themselves that defines itself as and by that trauma, there is an inherently limited context, and a very significant dimension of treatment is waking people up to the dimensions of themselves beyond ego. Now, whether you think this way or not, acupuncture is doing that. So you can be doing relatively superficial tradition of practice, but you come back in the room, and when that patient is relaxed and the tension is gone from their face and they're less stressed and they're smiling, they've had experience in the unborn, undying part of themselves beyond time that doesn't have a problem and wasn't wounded. But if we don't have the signifiers for what happened and help educate the person and help them identify these parts of themselves and help them form relationships to them, then it's just like having them, say, I saw lots of mushrooms in my driveway, and you're going, oh, interesting. They've learned nothing. They have no real tool. They're depending on the experience of needles to do something for them as long as it lasts, rather than being taken on as a co-traveler on the path together, that share a common language and value system and understanding. So a lot of New Age medicine is focused on providing experiences for people under the auspices of the mistaken belief that experience itself will change people. And I've looked deeply, deeply into this, honestly, for 50 years. And experience doesn't necessarily significantly change anyone. It's taking the experience so seriously that you drill into it until you get to the point you feel obligated by it and start making changes in your life to close the gap between your life as it is now and the limitless possibilities that the higher and deeper experience has have shown you. And very few people do that. Very few people do that, which is why they go back again and again and again and again and again, finding either using either the same technology or finding different technologies to keep trying to generate the same experience. And I would guess that people born in the last 100 years have more experience and more experience potentially available than any humans who've ever lived. And I see evidence that there's relatively little meaningful change in relationship to it, certainly relative to the kinds of challenges that are facing us today. And both the promise of the beyond those challenges as well as the perils if we don't bring a higher consciousness to them. I mean, AI could be great, but if it's Elon Musk programming his values into the AI, you're just going to get a barely mental, rational, deficient view that's never healthfully consolidated, even in rationalism, running the world and answering your questions on your phones. So I want us to take 1 minute to talk about the difference between state and stage. The integral imperatives in medicine are waking up, growing up, cleaning up, showing up, and opening up. Waking up means having experience beyond ego, having experience of the dimensions of the self beyond the biographical self. So waking up has to do with state experience. And when Buddhism and Vedanta and Taoism and the Kabbalah and Christianity talk about the evolution of the self in any language they may use for that, they're always talking about deepening and higher state experience. State experience. States come and go. States come and go. Trauma can fix a person, can fix a person and keep them stuck predominantly in certain kinds of states, but states move. And you all know that the daily light cycle changes and the weather changes and the season changes and your emotions change. Now I'm fearful. Now I'm angry. Now I'm feeling creative. Now I'm feeling joyful. Now I'm feeling sad. Now I'm feeling close. Now I'm feeling separate. Now I'm feeling hungry. Now I'm feeling sated. Now I feel like giving. Now I'm feeling selfish. Now I feel really acknowledged. Now I feel worthless. I went around the cycle. The states come and go. Stage development has to do with growing up. All of the traditions, because they were formulated thousands of years before the discovery of evolution as the context in which matter exists, focus on state experience and deepening state experience. Stage development, stages follow a predictable order in all people and cultures. Once a stage exists, it never leaves, it doesn't change. You learn to ride a bicycle, you never forget how to ride a bicycle. You learn to do basic algebra. You never forget how to do that unless you get to a point of having severe brain pathology. But short of that, you reach certain stages of development. A child who doesn't understand conservation and thinks the taller glass of water has more water gets to a stage where they realize it's the same amount of water in two different glasses, and they never lose that capacity again the rest of their lives, unless they start developing dementia. So stages have to do with worldview, and the direction of evolution of stages is toward increased identification of other as self until we reach a non-dual stage of development, which would be the recognition that all there is self. There is one self, which would be called non-duality. So as stages develop, individuals gain the capacity to respond, to embrace and respond, to embrace greater and greater and greater complexity and respond to it with greater, greater and greater and ever increasing nuance and subtlety. That's the direction of development. There's no necessary relationship between state development and stage development, which is why a person can have a very high state development, be completely lost in enlightened consciousness, and transmit it to you in a second and a half. You meet them and your heart and mind explode. You feel nothing but love, have total transmission of a non-dual experience. But the person is at a very low stage of worldview, and they will steal from you. And they will sleep with you. And they will sleep with your partner. And they will take from you and use you, because even though their state experience is very highly development, their stage development, it can be at the level of a transactional 6-year-old. What's in it for me? You can have gurus who transmit non-dual awareness who aren't more developed than Donald Trump. These are the people in the Amazonian rainforest who call themselves shamans, and I'm not implicating everyone, just the ones who do, who are lost in very high, deep states of awareness because of their practices, but they still rape people. It's not uncommon. I know quite a few teachers down there that do this. I've had quite a few friends who studied with them for 20 years only to find out they were doing this. So the myth is that when a person has high state awareness, they're at a high level of development. Well, only in terms of state awareness, not necessarily stage development. You can be at the highest level of musical development and still be totally unethical. There are people who played saxophone or guitar or piano and transmitted God and weren't more highly developed than Genghis Khan in terms of how they functioned in the world. And Picasso transmitted God through his art, and 5 people close to him committed suicide, all attributed to his narcissism and abuse. So there's a big difference between state and stage development, and it's important to understand what this is. People who are habituated to ego and trauma has deeply, deeply fixated them within it and inflated the significance of ego deeply to the point there that to let go of their suffering would be to die. So they come to you and they say they want to deal with this problem, but they're bringing with them a part that has no intention of ever letting go of it because it can't let go of it because it is it. So the only way to become whole is to introduce them to all the other parts and dimensions of the self and help them wake up to these dimensions and then help them start growing up. And we can only help others grow up to the degree we've grown up. Don't have to do that with sciatica or headaches, but when it comes, it's easy to give people higher state experiences. Put the needles in, do the sound bath, put some frankincense salve on CV17 and put on some new age shakuhachi flute music on a $35 boombox. Leave them in the room, bang a little gong at the door. It's easy to give people higher state experiences, but contextualize for them what they've awoken to in that, and then helping them grow up in relationship to it is where the medicine is. That's where the medicine is. So there's waking up, there's growing up, there's cleaning up, which means when we wake up and we become concerned with growing up, we have to take full responsibility for all the suffering we've created up in other people. And we have to take full responsibility for the consequences of everything we've experienced within ourselves. We're not responsible for what happened. We're responsible for what we made of it. Nobody can heal unless they do this. There aren't points and herbs to give to people that are going to heal them from trauma, except in the context of them waking up, growing up, and then cleaning up and taking responsibility for all the karma they've created, both within themselves and within other people. Things happen to people and they're victims when they're young. A young child isn't responsible for any abuse perpetrated on them, but they are responsible for the conclusions they drew in relationship to it and the actions they took based on those conclusions their whole life and how that played out in their body and in other people's lives. So we have to go back and clean up distortions in earlier stages of development to allow for the healthy consolidation of later stages of development to serve as a foundation for future development and higher development. And that is development together without any conceivable end, at least in the context of this lifetime and taking a look at the world. Look, there are people on the planet who still basically live in 100,000-year-old worldview. Some of them run governments. Donald Trump is just Genghis Khan with a bankroll. He's living in a 10,000-year-old warlord, rape and pillage worldview. And there are people with worldviews 10,000 years beyond that, at the leading edge, imminent, pushing into the future of views that have never been held before. All the perennial teachings were about waking up. None of them were about growing up. None of them were about stage development. There were nothing in any of Buddha's writings talked about freeing slaves. Nothing in the Bhagavad Gita talked about ending the caste system and freeing slaves. Nothing in Christianity talked about it. There's no mention of constitutional democracy in any of the ancient texts. There's no talk about women's rights and children's rights. So there's waking up, growing up, cleaning up. Then we have to show up, which means once you've woken up and you're on the path of growing up and you're significantly cleaning up, you discover the obligation to have to be the agent in the world, the catalyst of transformation of all things we interact with toward the true, the good, the beautiful. So the Bodhisattva vow tells us, may no interaction ever be insignificant. From the perspective of awakened consciousness, every interaction is the opportunity to catalyze the emergence of truth, goodness, and beauty. The ego takes time for granted. The authentic self, the spirit, the soul, understand that every single moment is a precious gift. Every single breath, every moment is the opportunity to give. One of the most moving moments I ever had in clinical practice was a man who came to me. I don't know, I've practiced 40 years and it all blends together, but let's say this was in the last 15 years. And he was in his 40s and he had a brain tumor. And it was going to kill him. And he sat in my office and he said, Lonnie, I know you can't heal this, and I don't expect you to. I'm coming here because I want you to help me give the one last thing I can give to people, which is a death with dignity. The authentic self is concerned only with what can I give, and I'm going to give everything I have. And the Bodhisattva vow tells us everything must be given up eventually. Why not dedicate everything we are and everything we have right here and right now to easing the suffering of other beings? And in an evolutionary context, we just add to that forever. And being the agents of that. Now, it's my intuition that everyone who's taken on the call of being a healer committed to this at a heart and soul level. It's just that people forget it, and then they intuit, yes, I'd like to go into healing, and I kind of like to help people, and but to just give everything. And to give everything in this context just means to start taking oneself seriously in a way that one isn't going to settle for having less than a lived relationship to all these dimensions of the self, so they're not abstract. And one is going to take on one's lineage and take on the karma of one's lineage and get very serious about seeing through the illusion of the separate self sense to discover these other dimensions and give to them in a way that they begin to have a lived presence within one for the sake of being able to move, in quotes, move the chi just through one's high stage of development and the transparency that results from having cleaned up. So those are the integral imperatives. And that's just a little more background. We're going to sum up the first day. We all have a limited degree of free will. People argue, and it's a stupid argument. Is there such a thing as free will? Or isn't there such a thing as free will? Which is just a black and white polar opposite absolute that to logically, the second you say there's no free will, it implies there's free will. And as soon as you say there's absolute free will, it implies that the possibility that we don't have free will, because that's how yin and yang works. So the more mature discussion would be the realization is that every individual has some degree of free will. Now, it might be 1%, but there's some degree of free will, some degree to make a freely of some capacity to make a freely willed choice. Choices are based on values, and values evolve from the first chakra, purely selfish survival, up through the top of the seventh chakra, which is the bodhisattvic realization of there's just oneness, and I am here to give to that. And I am part and parcel and in no way separate from anything or anyone. So we have a small degree of free will, but if you have a 1% degree of free will through practice, it can get to 2%, it can get to 3%, it can get to 4%. And if you put all your attention even on the 1% of free will you have, if you put all your attention on it, it begins to grow free will, and you can make a freely willed choice. But to do that, one has to examine one's values. While we have a limited degree of free will, the one place we have a lot of will, a lot of capacity to make a freely made choice, is the dimension of ourselves that we put attention on. We choose what we attend to. And the way it works is we attend to what interests us based on our values. What we attend to grows in awareness. What grows in awareness, we come to identify with. What we identify with, we act out of. And our actions define who we are. The word karma means deed. And then the actions reinforce the values that led to the decision in the first place in an endless cycle. So as we wake up to the ground of being, we wake up to ourselves as emptiness, as luminosity. We wake up to ourselves as the motive force of universal evolution, realizing that the life force in us, realizing that the part of us that is seeking is not separate in any way from and is an absolute expression of the creative impulse, which is the life force, which is the force that powers all cosmic movement and evolution and development. And that's and that is us. Your interest in crocheting or art or learning a language or in playing an instrument, your interest is Shen. Interest is Shen. Interest is spirit. Spirit manifests as interest in what it doesn't know. The interest you feel in taking a class like this because you're seeking and you're looking for something, what you're looking for is just the interest itself. And culture has taught you to look outside of yourself for it in books and classes. But what you're looking for, the thing that is engaged here with this is the goal of all seeking. And if we just put our attention on that interest, all of a sudden we break out of an inherently limited context into a cosmic context, into a context of no longer being most significantly interested in our personal problems and fears and desires, but we begin to work with much greater forces. And then we have to choose a side. And like John Coltrane said, I want to be on the side of truth and beauty. Yes, Kelly.
I was just curious, like with the growing up. So you said like we are responsible for the suffering we cause.
Yes.
Um, and then but we're not really responsible for what others do to us. We're just responsible for what we make of
Well,
that.
we may have played a role in what others did to us, so we have to take responsibility for whatever role we may have played. But a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old, a 6 and 8-year-old, kids depend on the love and care and kindness of others. And when they're subject to abuse, you don't have to take responsibility for the fact of that abuse, of the fact that the person did it to you. But you do have to take responsibility for the conclusions you drew in relationship to it and the choices you made in life based upon those conclusions and the way you treated others based upon those conclusions and how they and the consequences of what happened as it manifested in your body and mind and soul. You're responsible for that. It's not the consequence of what's happened, it's what you made of it. Fundamentally, to grow up, one has to take responsibility for everything one is truthfully and authentically responsible for, and no more than that, whatever that is.
Just a lot of people that I work with and myself in the past, we feel responsible for others' behaviors or others' suffering, and I just wondered if this ties in
Well,
like
well,
overly responsible for other
you
people's
may be
suffering.
responsible for others' suffering.
Mhm.
I mean, all of us are at some point. When a person, I wrote this in Nourishing Destiny, when you make a choice to fulfill your life curriculum with integrity, and another person feels pain in the face of that, that pain isn't your responsibility. It's the result of their own failure to grow.
Okay, I guess that was yeah, that was what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Like where's the line drawn?
Yeah. The line is drawn at when a person takes an action that has integrity to their soul and its direction of development. The pain and suffering other people feel in the face of that is their responsibility, not yours. The direction of development is always the fundamental process is good. The thing driving it, the force driving it is good. The unfortunate manifestations in the world are due to human ignorance, not the force driving them, which is just pure positivity. But that pure positivity is waking up to itself through a grossly flawed physical and psychological vehicle. Okay?
Yes, so if you make a decision that's based on what is authentic and moving you towards your higher self, and other people have reactions, even very brutal ones, that's their stuff.
You're free. Look, everyone, we all need to be free. And free means in this context, not creating unnecessary suffering in self and other. And if a person's in a relationship with someone and has given everything they can give and stood on their head and given it their all, and the other person will not grow with them, and that person chooses to leave out of the deepest contemplation of their life curriculum and what their soul is whispering in their ear needs to be done for the sake of integrity in their incarnation, And then the person they leave feels pain in the face of that. Well, that pain is a consequence of the other individual's failures. And it's also an opportunity for that individual to learn and to grow. And sometimes they do, but most often they don't. And they just take the position of being a victim in relationship to that challenge for all the same reasons that led to them being left in the first place.
Yep.
Hi, Hunter.
Hi, Lonnie. I have several clients. They were former patients, but now I just treat online, and they are transgender. One of them has had, both of them are on hormone, gender affirming hormone therapy. One of them has had full top and bottom surgery, and one of them has just had bottom surgery. And both of them are feeling a lot of the pain from the, interjections and their family. And it
Mhm.
took a lot of courage for them to do all of this and to admit, and pay the price of being who they feel they truly are. And both of them are now considering detransitioning because of the current political state in our country and because certain family members are just becoming more and more unsupportive and violent toward them. And I can only hold space for them, and I don't really have any advice for them except for to, keep loving yourself. What you've done took a lot of courage, but like it's such a painful contemplation of them possibly detransitioning and what they'll put their body through to do that. I was just wondering if you had any comments to that. Thank you.
Well, first, in the first place, just like talking about any condition or symptom, it can really only be addressed in meaningfully in the context of experience with that individual, which I don't have. So it's generally abstract because I don't know them. I think the whole issue of being transgendered, the whole issue around the transgendered phenomenon is really complex. You know the song "The Times They Are Changing" by Dylan?
Yes.
And there's a line at saying, poets and critics who prophesize with your pen, you better write now because the chance won't come again, but don't speak too quick because the wheel's still in spin. So I would say that the wheel's still in spin, and it's a phenomenon I'm very interested in. I mean, my default position is just to hold everyone in respect and love. But I think there's a lot going on here, and I'm interested in it. And I think it would be worthy of a sort of an intersubjective conversation where we really looked into these things. But I think it's far too early. I mean, I have no hard conclusions other than just recognizing union and giving people the space to make their choices freely and live with the consequences. Okay?
Yes, thank you. I
Yeah.
was looking at it through the emergent self and the unconscious and just thinking of how transgender goes through those stages as unconscious. And I felt like they hit the end stage and then they started going backwards. So yeah, another conversation for
But I
another
don't
time.
think they've hit the end stage.
Ah, gotcha.
I mean, they may have at the gross anatomical level, but until they know themselves so well that they stand without apology in the world for who and what they are, there's a long way to go. And it means psychologically and at the soul level and in spirit. And I mean, it's a very complex situation compounded by the fact that the people running our country now are at stages of development that were overthrown in the mid 1600s by what was the leading edge of consciousness then. And none of these people have made it to 1650. I mean, they're really magic mythic thinkers at the level of Genghis Khan with surface structures of modernism. But I mean, Donald Trump is not a modern man. You know, Elon Musk is not, doesn't have a view any further than H.G. Wells, and H.G. Wells's view was a leading mind-blowing view in 1890. It's a long time. It's 140 years ago. So anyway, let's move on with treatment. So
Wait, you got one more question.
oh,
Danielle.
okay.
Hi.
Hey.
Something about that dialogue is reminding me about the conversation that we've had about trust.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been thinking about more what that means to just become trustworthy and not buckle under times of stress.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering if you can elaborate on that a little bit more again, because it feels really important, but I'm still wrapping my head around what it actually looks like or what it means to become trustworthy on the deepest level.
To be trustworthy on the deepest level, first of all, there'd be no end to that, right? So we can't talk about it. We can't talk about it as if there'd be an end point, because one could always be more trustworthy. So we're all on a relative stages in development on a path toward that. Practically speaking, Danielle, we would like to develop to a point in this incarnation where we had no significant fundamental contradictions in our root structures, no glaring contradictions. So that, for instance, a person would be able to come into your home and look through all your drawers and look through all the files on your computer and then follow you around and watch how you behaved and see that we'd want to arrive at a place where it could be seen that the way you are with your family on Thanksgiving and the way you are in your treatment room and the way you are in traffic and the way you are when you're not getting what you want in your relationship and the way you are when a family member criticizes you the same way they've been doing for 50 years or pushes some button. And we would see that in each of those situations, there was only one person there. So and that would be like a fundamental kind of trustworthiness, which would mean that I'd know that when the going gets tough, the Danielle that I'm with is going to be the same person who's the person that I'm with when, it's an 85-degree day and we're swimming at the quarry and everything's going well. And that there's just one person, not two or more. You see what I'm saying? So
I do.
Yeah, so we would want to get to a point where there were no gross. I mean, everybody's going to have some degree of division within them. We live in a dualistic universe, but I'm talking about eliminating the gross contradictions. And certainly that's achievable. Certainly that, and then the movement in that will be the movement of development is from the gross to the subtle. So for instance, I'm wood constitution gallbladder. My tendency is toward arrogance. Anybody here who studied with me 30 years ago or 20 years ago knows that I've gotten much, much, much softer. I mean, I've really changed. And just in the last 4 or 5 years, I've changed a lot. I'm still arrogant. Just the nature of wood. It's just that it's gone from being a relatively gross manifestation to a relatively subtle manifestation. But even at times, I catch myself and I think to myself, I'll catch myself in a view and I'll think, God, that's arrogant. But the thing is, I can see it as an object in my awareness. Do you see what I mean? Whereas before I couldn't. So the movement in all these things is from the gross to the subtle. We're just concerned with cleaning up the fundamental distortions and dichotomies within us so that the self is unified enough where reflexively under pressure, one's habit is to respond in the context. One wants to get to a point where the context for all one's experience is obligation to other, as opposed to the self-concern. Do you see?
Mm-hmm.
So when one really steps into the awareness of what I'm talking about and seriously cultivates a relationship to it until one's heart breaks open to the point that one drops to one's knees and is filled with an overwhelming sense of obligation to this call to be a healer. Not just, I bang a little gong outside my treatment room door and I leave all my stuff at the door and I go inside, I'm in a vessel. That's just bullshit. Wherever you go, there you are. I have that on authority from Buckaroo Banzai. Wherever you go, there you are. You're bringing all your stuff into the treatment room. Some of the scholars, some other scholars in the profession, you would criticize me after Nourishing Destiny came out and said, that's all philosophy. I leave mine outside the door of the treatment room. And I said, the fact that you think you're doing that is a philosophy that you're bringing into the treatment room. It's called a performative contradiction. Anyway, in terms of being trustworthy, what is it ultimately? I'm not going to trust anyone more than I trust myself. And what is it ultimately I can trust in? When most people say, I just need to learn to trust, what they mean is superstitiously that everything will be okay. For whom? For me. A lot of times things aren't okay. Terrible, terrible, terrible things happen, and sometimes to the sweetest, kindest people, for no discernible reason that can be understood rationally in terms of cosmic justice. What can we trust in? Well, what I can trust in is my realization that love is the context for all of existence. I can trust in that, and I can trust in the ultimate positivity of the direction of the process and the force of motivation of the process, even though momentary circumstances may be painful and challenging and difficult. I have ultimate trust in the goodness of the process. And I will tell you that I know doubtlessly that the most significant force in that treatment room for me in my 40 years of practice, at the very root of all the medicine I practice, was my doubtlessness in the goodness of the direction of the whole affair. My undivided conviction in the positivity of the process. And I know I've gotten many great unsolicited feedback and letters from over the years. I still get people who write to me or come up to me in some restaurant and say, you treated me 30 years ago and changed my life. Now, sometimes I don't even remember them or what happened. But people will come up and say, you held a view of who I could be. You held a view of me whole, and you never let go of that. And you had unwavering confidence. So that's what we can trust in. And that is, of course, present throughout the world's myths, in the Western traditions, in the Bible. Jesus recognizes oneness. I have no idea what happened, but this is the story. Jesus recognizes oneness, says the Father and I are one. Give to the emperor what belongs to the emperor. Give to God what belongs to God. The emperor says, take it back. Jesus said, I'd love to help you, but I can't. The emperor says there'll be consequences. Jesus said, sorry. Jesus is crucified. He's suffering horribly. He's on the cross. And he says, Father, why have thou forsaken me? Meaning, I know that we're one, and I'm willing to give my life for that. But now that I've done it, you're not anywhere on the radar screen, because my wound and my trauma has contracted my view down to the purely personal sphere. And all I can see now is the ego's fears and desires. And then he says, and into your hands I commend my soul, which is the highest, deepest faith. The lowest faith is, I read it in a book or I was told it, so I know it's true. The highest faith is, I've seen it in my own experience, and I know it's true in my deepest soul and heart. And even though my current circumstances don't confirm in my mind the veracity of that, I know in my deepest self it's soul, and I'm not moving from that realization. And that's what it means to be trustworthy. Even under the strongest pressure, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up what I've seen. I know it's so. Okay?
That was great.
Yeah, and that has, it seems like philosophy, but it is the goal with it. Everyone is wounded and traumatized and stuck in a ultimately hellish nightmare. And when I talk like this, people can think, God, that's so cynical. It's really not that bad. But they come to my clinical year and we see the 34 patients or so together. And the people leave the room and I start pointing out all the gross fundamental contradictions in everything the person did and said. And start pointing out the ways they're living in a prison and how unnecessary it is. And I point out the gap between the highest thing they expressed, which some part of themselves knows and values, and their average level of where they're living. And most people are in prison. And what most people want from healing medicine is they want us to provide a nice leather couch and a 60-inch flat screen TV with all the channels of Sirius in their prison cell so they're more comfortable. And the medicine I'm teaching is only about how do we get out of the prison cell and leave it behind and never go back in again. So one is sort of a bottom-up approach, and the other is a top-down approach. One is a relativistic, palliative form of medicine, even if it's using acupuncture and homeopathy and massage oils and gongs and all that stuff. And the other is a view of medicine that can be fully transmitted by any person who's actually living it without the need of any technology or medical system. And how much better to have both. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
So in terms of treatment, the strategy is take patients out of shock. We want to take them out of shock. So what does it mean to be in shock? It means we forget who we are as soul or spirit. We don't know why we're here. And all of our choices regarding how to live are based on the fears and desires of the separate self sense that is inextricably linked to the various traumas we've had in life, beginning with birth trauma up through betrayals and abuse that we've experienced. And we have various technologies in Chinese medicine for helping a person begin to crack open that prison shell. Treating for possession, draining evil qi, stabilizing the pulse, and opening the diaphragm. These four things are done early in treatment, regardless of symptomatology, to clear the therapeutic field and create a basis so that future treatments based on 5 elements and 8 principle physiology and the 4 divisions and the 6 stages and hold. Because if a person has possession and is filled with Jie Qi, evil Qi, and the heart and the lungs aren't communicating because a person's in shock, and the diaphragm is closed, repressing all content below it from coming up into awareness, everything else is just going to be palliative, but never hold, because there just isn't a basis of stability within the self to be able to hold further, deeper treatments. We have to, in other words, work on the foundation of the house first before we get to painting it and putting on a new roof. Right? Gotta work on make sure there's a solid foundation. The first thing we're going to talk about is treating possession. Not everybody is possessed. Not everybody needs these treatments. But a fair number of people do. And if a person is possessed and we don't do this treatment, we're just not going to reach them ever at their core. So what is possession? Well, what possession is depends on the stage of cultural development the individual you ask about it is at. So if a person is at a magic stage of development, it's evil spirits or ancestral spirits that one hasn't honored. If you ask a person at a mythic stage of development, then there aren't spirits, there's spirit, and there aren't demons, there's the devil. If you ask a person at a rational stage of development what possession is, they'll tell you it's an imbalance of neurochemistry. If you ask a postmodern person what possession is, they will tell you it's a social construct. So you get people like Thomas Szasz and Ivan Illich and Michel Foucault deconstructing mental illness, saying it's just a cultural definition based on power hierarchies. unwholesome power, patriarchal power hierarchies. If you ask a person with a holistic and or integral awareness what possession is, because they have a top-down view of the history of self and culture, they can embrace the plurality of all those perspectives, finding the strengths and weaknesses in all of them. And at an integral perspective, particularly, a person can see possession as just an extreme form of ego. So what possession is differs by cultural value. More important than what it is learning how to recognize it and treat it. And we recognize possession by diminished eye contact, diminished brightness of affect, and diminished presence of human-heartedness and humanity. Diminished eye contact exists on a scale from being slightly furtive and avoiding prolonged eye contact to looking in the person's eyes and not being able to sense any sane energy at their core. Buddha nature is obscured. Their eyes are like black holes that no light escapes from. Dark. Empty. The person is stuck in one form of emotional expression. They're not going around the cycle. They're stuck in terror. They are stuck in rage. They are stuck in lust, in neediness, in worry, wholly stuck and lost in grief. And that is stuck and lost in grief, not in proximity to a tremendous loss. So, of course, if somebody just lost someone close to them, they can appear stuck in grief, but they just lost someone. So it would be a natural expression. We're talking about stuck in one of these expressions in absence of a reasonable basis for it. There are two kinds of possession in Chinese medicine. There is possession by bugs, which is gu, and there is possession by ghosts, which is gui. The character for bugs, these three characters here, is the character Chang. It's three bugs. But if we place three bugs over a vessel filled with blood, we get goo. And this is Lyme disease and venereal diseases, STDs. Goo are any virus or what we know now as virus or bacteria that is invasive, living off the host and causing problems parasitically. Gui is the head of a ghost. We're looking down at the skull, and there's the sutures of the skull. And here are its legs or vapor trails coming off the ghost. And then there's the little hook that it uses to ensnare its victims. When it comes to treating goo, herbs are better. You can't effectively treat Lyme disease with just acupuncture. You really need herbs. Because those bacteria and viruses are quite invasive of the gut and get into the nervous system and into places that needles can't get. But the herbs can get in deep. When it comes to treating Gwei, ghosts, acupuncture is much more effective. Because the ghosts are ephemeral. All these viruses and bacteria have mass. They're not metaphors. They're not symbols. They have mass. You could put them in a test tube and look at them and you could weigh them. And so a material thing like an herb has to address them relatively more effectively. But where can you find ghosts? They have no mass. And therefore acupuncture that works on the subtle body relatively more and relatively more quickly than on the physical body is relatively more effective for ghosts. The Shenong Bonsao talks all about ghosts and using herbs to treat ghosts. Possession is a main category and of herbs in the Shenong Bonsao. The Shenong Bonsao is the first herbal textbook in China. The books with that name exist in the list of libraries 200 BC, but the only copies we have are 200 AD, so we don't know what was in those original books. We don't know how close the copies of the books we have from 200 AD reflect what was in the books 200 BC. The book was the first attempt at rationally creating a pharmacy, but it was written by people who were still near borderline states of consciousness where there was no difference between waking and dreaming. So they talk all about ghosts. They talk all about herbs for women who have sex with ghosts. Sex with ghosts just means you dreamt of having sex with someone, which we all do, right? But when we do that, we recognize that this is our mind. We don't project it externally as if we're a victim of something doing something to us. We recognize it all as a movement within the self structure. In terms of Chinese medicine, we can talk about internal and external demons. This is the equation. The Big Dipper is the central administration of human destiny. It is the spoon in the sky that at the moment of your conception takes an apportionment of the infinite dark night sky and gives it to you as Jing. And the lights from the moon, the star, and the sun radiate Shen into it, implanting luminosity within you. And that luminosity is the life force that will catalyze the emergence of a body, the emergence of a mind. And that light within will seek for itself, using your body and mind as a vehicle for your entire incarnation, attempting to push its way up your spine to higher and higher centers until it gains a top-down view, having recognized that who and what it is the thing that made the choice to incarnate into the vessel in the first place, having separated itself out from all the contents in the vessel. That's waking up and growing up. That's the process. The Big Dipper is known as the central administration of human destiny, which doles out to each individual their life curriculum, their Ming, commensurate with the presiding cosmological circumstances of their incarnation and the entire history of their lineage. The character for lineage has the same pronunciation as the character for Jing. They're both pronounced Jing. So Nei Jing, Nan Jing, Ling Shu Jing, those Jings are textual lineage. Just as our Jing is the conduit of our own lineage. There are 7 stars in heaven transmitting the light of life curriculum, the truth, true, good, the beautiful. 7 stars in the Big Dipper. They have names like Tian Shu, stomach 25. Heavenly pivot is the central star in the Big Dipper. And then the other point names have names like Tai Yin and Tai Yang and etc. So there's six stars with a center, which is 7. And there are 7 sources of light in heaven, 7 holes in the head, the sensory orifices to receive that light, that truth, that beauty. And then there are 7 internal and 7 external pathogens to prevent communication between the human heart and heaven. So there are 7 internal and 7 external demons, and therefore 7 points on each channel, 7 points on the front for the internal demons, and 7 points on the back for the external demons. The internal demons are a result from a deep morbid infatuation with emotional states. The 7 demons are the emotions, but they're not the emotions themselves. Possession results from a morbid infatuation with an emotion. Inflating the presence of an emotion with attention. This is very important. What we attend to grows in awareness. You may have had the experience in your life where you're like behind someone online at the bank and you're looking at them and you think they look pretty good. And all of a sudden, an entire universe starts to blow up. And then they turn their face like 5 degrees and you see them and the whole thing goes poof. Anyone ever had that experience of like being attracted to someone and a whole world starts to emerge of your own projection? And then you either see their face or you talk to them for 3 seconds and the whole thing goes, it instantly deflates. You put your attention on it and happens to me whenever I buy a lottery ticket. I buy a lottery ticket and all of a sudden there's like this limitless possibility. And then as soon as I check on the app, it's like poof. Although I won a few weeks ago, $4. So for 40 years of buying them, I'm only about $300 in the hole. Because I won a few times. I won $75 a few times. Didn't make a great impact on my lifestyle. So 7 stars in heaven, 7 holes in the head, 7 pathogens. The internal pathogens are the emotions, and they become pathological when we inflate them with disproportionate investment of interest. The way that works in an individual with trauma is the ego makes a problem. The ego has access to all the thoughts, feelings, and emotions and sensations that are the contents of the mind, and it congeals them into an existential knot that it presents to us as fundamental problem at the root of self. And it makes the problem, it fabricates it, it constructs it, and then when we're ever close to getting free, it inflates its presence. And then we conclude, I'm not free yet, because if I was free, I wouldn't be experiencing this fear. If I was free, I wouldn't be experiencing this anger. If I was free, I wouldn't be experiencing this sadness. If I was free, I wouldn't be experiencing this worry. If I was free, I wouldn't be experiencing this grief. I guess I'm still not free, and I need more time, because I'll know when I'm healed, because when I'm healed, I won't have these unpleasant experiences. And then all of healing becomes about generating pleasant experiences. But freedom can only ever mean a person is only really free when they're free regardless of what experience they're having. That's what freedom means. Freedom means in the face of any and all experience, I'm free. True freedom is never dependent on having any particular experience. But the whole New Age superstitious myth is that if you're spiritually aligned, you're going to sell lots of soap, your orgasms are going to be great, you're going to have great lovers, your business is really going to do well, your kids are going to be healthy and get into good schools. And that's just what Trungpa calls spiritual materialism. It just has absolutely nothing to do with the path. The path only ever means working with what is as it is in the context of love and gratitude, regardless of what is, even if you're in a concentration camp. That's the path. It has nothing to do with if I'm spiritually aligned, if I do good, I'm going to get good. The notion that if I do good, I'm going to get good is the lowest understanding of Dharma. The highest understanding of Dharma is I do good for the sake of goodness, and there isn't necessarily anything in it for me. Because what and who I am in love with is goodness itself, which forms the context for all of the experience I have. Keely, you had a question.
Hi, good
Yes.
morning. I don't expect you to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I'm just curious about Morgellons disease and like where it might fall within the
It-
ghost or the bug. Is it both?
Tell me what it is.
So Morgellons disease, it's linked up with Lyme disease, but the people I've encountered with it test negative for Lyme. But it's basically the idea they think they have bugs under their skin, but they find physical evidence of like fibers in their skin and they're like constantly picking.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Is it a virus or a bacteria or a prion or something?
They link it to Lyme disease, but again, the majority of the patients which is weird because I'd never heard of it until like 2 years ago, and now I've seen people with it several times.
Yeah.
They have no Lyme that shows up through
Yes, so
testing.
this would be goo.
Okay.
This would be goo. As in all distinctions, we don't have to draw cold, hard distinctions,
Okay.
because a person with Lyme disease can also I would also treat them for possession with acupuncture.
Yeah.
It's just that a person I thought needed treatment possession with acupuncture, I wouldn't give wind, cold, damp herbs to unless I thought they had wind, cold, damp.
Sure.
Okay. Yes. So anyway, it's interesting because I treated 400 or 500 people with Lyme's disease because I live in the Berkshires. And I've been treating it since the day I entered clinical practice. And I don't think I ever had anyone with the disease you mentioned.
There's a major psychological factor to it.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
So I would do both. And what is the main point that you would want to do for them? There's one
You mean-
there's one acupuncture point that would speak very deeply to this pathology, which would be liver 5, the
Okay.
low point on the liver channel, whose name translates as insect drain, because the liver has 500 enzymatic reactions. And when there's toxicity in the liver, one of the main symptoms of liver toxicity is described subjectively by patients as feeling like there's bugs on the skin and the need to scratch, which is heat in the liver coming from any manner of toxins. It could be exposure to solvents, and it could be some kind of infectious thing that you're talking about. So, yes. So fundamentally, this would be heat in the liver, and then one would have to diagnose the degree of it and suss out which herbs to give to help cleanse the liver.
Okay.
And
Thank
take the liver heat out of the blood.
Yes. Thank you.
And it would be some Buplurum formula, probably, with gardenia and tree peony in it, Mudanpi and gardenia. So Jawe Shayasan, Major Buplurum, it's something in that direction.
Okay. Great.
Okay, so the internal demons are the emotions, and the external demons are wind, cold, damp, dryness, heat, fire, and the 7th is trauma. Now, the two can be related to each other, and you can definitely, if you have Lyme's disease, need the treatment with acupuncture for possession. And sometimes I remember a woman in acupuncture school when we were studying with J.R. Worsley in England, went to Stonehenge, and it was like 40 degrees, and she only brought a light sweater and got exposed to strong wind, cold, damp. And she needed the possession for external demons treatment. But I also would have given her herbs for wind, cold, damp to get the wind, cold, damp out of the channels. And, maybe things with cinnamon in them, for instance, and maybe some essential oils to break up the stagnation in the superficial channels, or gua sha for sure, for example. So the acupuncture treatment for possession in the 5-element tradition are ghost points. They're called the 7 internal and the 7 external demons. If your patient comes to you and says, I was walking in New York City and looked down an alley and saw something really disgusting, you would treat them for the internal demons. And if a person says, I was ice fishing and I fell through the ice into the river and was, freezing cold, and by the time I got home, I was shivering and my feet were blue, then you would treat them for the external demons. But short of having such glaring polarities of examples, I would do the one you think it is first. And if you get a great response, you're done treating. And then in the next treatment, do the other one, the next session. If it's obviously an internal cause, do the internal demons. And if you get a great response, do the other one in the next section. If you get no response, then do the other one in the same, take the needles out, do the other one in the same session. So these are the list points for the internal and external dragon points. 7 dragons for 7 demons. The internal ones are you go halfway between CV 14 and 15, find the tender point, needle it, and then do stomach 25, 32, and 41. We can notice that all of these points have the function, they're on earth channels, and then CV 14, 15 is halfway between the mu point of the heart and the pericardium. And these are all points for clearing damp and clearing damp from the heart and opening up the heart orifice. They're all points on digestive channels, and introjects our undigested life experience that manifest as dampness and phlegm, burden we carry from ancestors and from past life experience that we haven't processed. And these points help process them, eliminate the damp, and eliminate the burden, and open up the heart orifice so that the fire of the pericardium and the heart can burn off the damp, and also stimulate digestion so that the stomach and the spleen and the pancreas can process the damp. The external demons are Governor Vessel 20. Governor Vessel 20 is the embodiment of the North Star. It's the center of heaven that doesn't move. There are 5 centers of light that don't move: the North Star in heaven, the sun in the solar system, the emperor in the country, the teacher in spiritual life, and the heart in the body are all archetypes of centers of illumination that should never move. Not move means not move from the absolute truth of the recognition of love as being the context, of interest, of creativity as being the context. And that's what it means to be trustworthy. Not moving means to be trustworthy. I put my stake in the ground and I'm not moving from that. So Governor 20 is the chief point that orients us toward that. There's a whole chapter in my green book just on Governor 20, which was a significant update of the second article I ever published in the field of Chinese medicine on the myth, the Chinese creation myth of Emperor Yu. And the name 100 Meetings of Governor 20 refers to the creation myth of how China and culture were formed. So then we get Bladder 11, whose name is, it's a sea of blood, and its name is Great Shuttle. And the shuttle is the thing that takes the yarn to weave together and unite the warp and the woof of the loom. And the characters for the meridial system, Jing Lo, are the characters for the warp and the woof of a loom. So through the tonification of blood and the clearing of cold and wind and damp from the bladder channel, Bladder 11 is able to weave life back together. Bladder 23, of course, is the shoe point for the kidneys, tonifying kidney yin and yang, the foundation and basis of life. And Bladder 61, the name is it's something like draining evil. Gets rid of the cold evil that freezes the kidneys and creates fear. Leon Hammer was a psychiatrist. And in the early 1960s, Leon was prescribing LSD to his patients. And he felt that he was on the cutting edge of the humanistic psychological movement. Leon was a student of Alexander Lowen, who formulated bioenergetics. And Leon was slated to inherit Alexander Lowen's entire tradition when he retired. He offered to give it to Leon, and Leon said no and went into Chinese medicine instead. Because after LSD was made illegal, it was his experience that other than LSD, prescribing herbs and treating people with needles was the deepest form of medicine he had ever encountered in terms of reaching the subtle dimensions of the self quickly. And Leon felt out of all the medical treatments he had ever learned in his life, and as he studied with a great many people, which is why he was down at my school studying the five element tradition, he described himself as a beachcomber, just picking up interesting shells and putting them in his basket. He had a broad interest in studying many, many, many things. And he felt out of everything he had ever learned that this particular needle paradigm was the absolute strongest and had the highest potential for restoring true self instantly to a patient, like a miracle. And that's exactly my experience. When you diagnose this correctly and you do these points and you get Qi at all the points, and it works, because doing the right thing doesn't always work. That because there's a mystery at the heart of everything. There are always more forces in play than we can necessarily contend with, that the mind can ever grasp. Anyway, this is a powerful, powerful, powerful treatment. We can only assume J.R. Worsley made this up himself based on his clinical experience, because it isn't in any historic textbooks, and J.R. never revealed his sources because he was running a cult. And in a cult, you never have transparency. I've gone to great pains in all my texts. My last text had 1,400 footnotes. I want everyone to be able to go to the source and see where I got everything, so they can give the Dharma and teaching full scrutiny. But we're at different stages of development, and at the mythic stage of development, there's no transparency. You're asked to just believe things because you're told them or you read them. Okay. Any questions on these two paradigms? Joel, hi.
Hello, Lonnie.
Hey.
I'm curious what the tells are for clearing possession. I've seen people take pulses. I know there should be a shift in the shin and the eyes.
Yeah. So you diagnose possession because the person isn't making eye contact. You can diagnose the bugs based on proximate causes, like having found a tick or being bitten by a spider or sleeping with someone who had venereal disease, in which case, the main thing you want to do is give them penicillin. And in terms of Lyme disease, I always tell people, for heaven's sakes, take the antibiotics. Do the herbs, get the acupuncture, but take the antibiotics. The herbs, when it comes to Lyme disease and these chronic conditions, are only good when the condition's chronic and the person hasn't gotten appropriate medical attention in time, and the bugs have gone beyond the circulatory system into the joints, into the muscles, into the digestive system, and particularly into the nervous system. But for heaven's sakes, every time anyone in my family finds a tic on them, I immediately hand them a 200 milligram doxycycline. You don't want to deal with chronic Lyme disease. Take one pill now, better than having to take 2 a day for 30 days and then deal with 4 months of getting over the antibiotics. So you can diagnose the presence of Lyme and of GU based on pulse. In terms of GUE based on pulse, the main pulse would be a pulse, any of the Qi wild pulses where yin and yang are separating, particularly a pulse where there's like atrial fibrillation, where there's no regular rhythmicity to the pulse, where it's just constantly changing rate. The more parameters of rate, rhythm, amplitude, and intensity that are changing, the more possession is indicated. Because if the emperor isn't on the throne facing south wearing red, when the emperor's not on the throne, there's the opportunity that other less benevolent influences can ascend to the throne. To know that possession's cleared, you expect to see stability in the pulse, the appropriate symptomatic alleviation in terms of wind, cold, damp symptoms, less wind, an alleviation on the pulse of various stagnations of pathogens, like slippery or damp or wind or any of the things, blood stagnation, whatever it is you're diagnosing. And then, as you said, increased humanity, increased engagement, increased brightness in the eyes, Shen coming through the eyes, more engagement, more interest. Okay?
Yep. And then is there any side effect to doing possession, or is it worth treating every single client for possession for their first treatment?
I would never do that. I wouldn't say there's a side. When Chinese medicine is practiced appropriately, all the side effects are beneficent. So when you do Chinese medicine in a way that's authentically holistic and you're addressing the root, all these things start getting better. Their sleep improves, their digestion improves, they're waking up less at night to pee, this, that, and the other things improving, but you're not treating it. You're just establishing healthy functionality and basis and helping them cease repression. And then symptoms all over, which were signs of compensation and displacements into symptomatology, it's the opposite of Western medicine. In Western medicine, you treat a symptom and then there are side effects that come from repression. In Chinese medicine, you cease repression and all the side effects are that all the compensations for the repression start to cure up. I wouldn't treat every patient for possession. To give you an idea, when I was, for most of my career, I saw for 20 years or 25 years in my career, I saw 60 people a week. And that went down around the pandemic to 30 people a week. And then as the pandemic, a couple years into the pandemic, it was back up to 40, 45 people a week. Anyway, seeing 60 people a week for, let's say, it must have been 35 years. 30, because I've been practicing 40 and the pandemic's 5 years. So for 35 years of 60 people a week, I did possession 25 times a year. Aggressive energy, which is the next treatment we're getting to, I did on 99.9% of all patients I ever treated as the first treatment. But possession was, regular, but certainly not on everyone. And certainly weeks went by where I didn't do a treatment for Danielle, one last question and then we'll break.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious how you speak to patients at the beginning of treatment with them. Like, we're doing these paradigms first, regardless of symptoms. So, dealing with like people's egos about, oh, but I came in for this. So, why aren't we addressing that and just creating that context is one of my questions.
Yeah. So can I address that?
Yes.
This question only reflects your own insecurity and confidence in yourself in Chinese medicine. Nobody comes in and says, no one, I mean, I could count on one hand the patients who ever came in and I did a treatment and they said, how come you didn't stick needles where the symptom is? No one ever said, hey man, you just treated me for the internal dragons and I only came for elbow pain. They don't have any of that information. You're the expert. You're providing guidance through your confidence in the medicine that you practice. You're the expert. And there were people who would come in and I did from my whole career an hour and a half intake before I treated anyone. And then after I talked to them for 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes and did a full intake. I never used forms to fill out. I did a full intake, took their whole history in the way you've seen me do it. On every patient, I did a 40-minute pulse diagnosis. Every patient. And then when I was done, I laid the whole thing out in front of them. This is what I see. These are the gross issues. These are the physical issues. And I laid out for them how their beliefs, their attitudes, their habits, and their behaviors were part and parcel of the symptoms they were complaining about, and told them what they needed to do to create a context for that symptom to get better in a holistic way. I gave them the vision of what I saw and where we were going, relatively unfiltered. And then they got to make a choice about whether they wanted to do it or not. And some people said, and I would tell everyone when we were done, I'm going to see you once a week. In the beginning, I'd say once a week for 10 weeks. And then if you're satisfied, we're going to go to every other week, every 3 weeks, and we'll put the treatments further and further apart. By the time I was in treatment 2 years, by the time I was treating people 2 years, I had a 3-month waiting list, which I had for the first 15 years of my practice until like 50 other acupuncturists moved in. And then eventually, as I got good, I told people I'm going to see you once a week for 6 weeks or 6 to 8 weeks. With people with severe degenerative illness, I told them I'm going to see you twice a week, for a while, and then in 5 weeks when you've had 10 treatments. Well, anyway, I laid it out and people got to make a choice. And now and then people would say, man, I'm not signing up for that. I just want my shoulder to get better. And I handed them a business card with another practitioner's name. And I'd say, this person dismisses all their patients if they're not better after 3 treatments. You should call them. And likewise, he would send people to me with who wanted long-term treatments in a holistic way because he didn't want to get involved with it. Yeah. You're the boss, babe. We each get the practices that we build based on our values. Don't worry about what anybody thinks. Practice medicine you believe in with the greatest integrity you can summon and let the chips fall where they may.
Love it.
You just tell them you're the expert. This is what I do. And then they choose to engage with what you do or not. That's all. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's all take a break till 1:15. Okay, thank you all. Okay, how we doing? Dennis, you have a question?
Yes, regarding atrial fibrillation,
Yes.
I'm wondering if you could say that that is a form of phlegm obstructing heart orifice, and
Well,
that's
not necessarily, Dennis. In terms of Chinese physiology,
yeah.
it would always be predicated on some combination of heart qi and yang deficiency. If there is phlegm obstructing the orifice as well, then we would look for qi and yang deficiencies in the organs that digest damp, such as spleen, stomach and spleen. But the atrial fibrillation on its own merits would be due to lack of capacity of the heart to maintain a steady beat, and capacity is qi. And if there's cold, going into yang deficiency, that would almost always be associated with a left distal pulse, which is deep and feeble. Now, if there was presence of dampness on the slippery quality on the left distal pulse, that would indicate the presence of damp within the heart orifice. And if you looked at the tongue and there was a deep central groove that had phlegm in it,
Mhm.
that distinguished itself from the surrounding area so that the phlegm was really condensed in the groove and not all over the tongue, then that would argue toward heart phlegm. But that would be a coexisting condition. The basis of the missed beats itself would be exhaustion of the heart's capacity, which would be qi.
Okay, so you wouldn't necessarily approach it by quote unquote possession or gui.
Oh, well, no, you definitely could. You would want to clear outside influences. It's just that that treating for possession with acupuncture is insubstantial, not substantial. If there's actually phlegm in the heart, then you would have to give herbs that tonified the digestive system to process phlegm, and herbs like erisma, jack in the pulpit, and such herbs that clear phlegm, borneol and such aromatic herbs that clear phlegm from the heart orifice. Because if you can see damp in a crack on the tongue, that is substantial. It's not insubstantial. But ghosts are always insubstantial.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And by the way, thank you for sending me that article. I will get to it.
Oh, you're
I'm a
welcome.
little busy today.
Enjoy. Yeah, I bet.
Sarah J, yes.
Yeah, just for clarification, you mean the center line crack on the tongue if there's phlegm in that?
Yes.
Oh,
That
cool.
phlegm. So if you get a tongue where the whole tongue is coated in phlegm,
Yeah.
then that's just a general phlegm condition throughout the body and in all the organs. But if you have a center line crack in the tongue indicating heart qi and yang deficiency, and in that crack there is phlegm condensed in the crack, then that's phlegm in the heart orifice. That's distinguishing itself as being there as opposed to everywhere else on the tongue.
Okay, because I learned everything with the heart is at the tip of the tongue. So I have that long distended crack in my tongue, and I always took that as digestive deficiency.
There are two kinds of cracks in the tongue. In center line cracks. Well, two or three. The first is just in the dead center of the tongue and does not extend anywhere near the tip. It's just in the middle. That is digestive. Then there is a crack that goes from the middle toward the tip, but stops in front of the tip, and that's digestion and lungs.
Hmm.
There can also be a crack in just the front third, but it doesn't go to the tip of the tongue. And that really is mostly lungs. And then there is the crack that goes all the way down from the rear to the tip of the tongue, and that is deep heart qi and yang deficiency genetically from birth, constitutionally. And then there is the crack just in the tip, and that is in the heart. When it's all the way down the tongue, going toward the heart, that's deep constitutional heart qi and yang deficiency, and herbs and acupuncture are not going to make a deep, significant impact in the presentation on the tongue, because that groove has been there from birth. And it's telling you about a constitutional yang deficiency that you can treat, and symptoms will improve and function will improve, but the crack won't go away. The crack that you see just in the tip of the tongue is not constitutional. It's from life circumstances, and those that can be treated, and the content can be addressed and reframed in a way that the crack in just the tip will close or may close.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Okay, good. Awesome, that's good. Okay, we're going to talk about evil qi. This character for evil is the tooth and claw of a demon. Zhe, evil qi. And in Worsley's system, it's referred to as aggressive energy. Aggressive energy is a dysfunctional form of qi that is tainted. And it, instead of going in a healthful way around the Sheng cycle, water, wood, fire, earth, metal, it transmits across the Ko cycle, interestingly enough, in the direction that cancer metastasizes. Right? So like from the lungs to the liver, from the liver to the stomach and spleen, from the earth to the kidney. Co-cycle dominating relationships. I want to mention one thing about possession that I didn't say. I just want to give you a quick case study. I ended saying that Leon and I both came to the conclusion that when that treatment was appropriately applied and worked, it was the most dramatic shift in consciousness in a moment that we ever saw in anyone. I had a patient come to me many years ago who had been a Vietnam vet, and he was basically coming for insomnia. And his report, this was, again, I just don't know. I can't even remember his name, but 10 or 15 years ago. And he had reported that he had woken up screaming in night terrors every night since 1971, having been in, or 72, having been in Vietnam. Woken up screaming, and that his wife tells him every night, he's been married 30, 40 years, every night he wakes up screaming. And I gave him the treatment for possession, internal demons, and I gave him some herbs to take. And he came back for his session 5 days later and said, his wife said that the night terrors had completely stopped, that he was restless, but for the first time they had been together, he had 5 nights where he hadn't had night terrors. And I treated him for about 4 months. And in that time, they never returned. He said, well, I'm restless. And she says, I move around all night. But he hadn't had another, after 30 years, I mean, he got out of the army in like 1974 or 1973 or something. And so this is like 2005 or 2010 or something. And that's how powerful that treatment can be. Okay, back to Jie Qi. Jie Qi is evil Qi. Its presence is distinguished by paranoia, cynicism, rage, resentment, bitterness, biting sarcasm, disgust, kind of pompousness, these distorted emotions that can be compared to festering infections. The person who's fearful because they're fearful becomes paranoid. The person who becomes angry because they're angry becomes rageful and resentful. It's the emotion like a festering infection going in, compounding and compounding and compounding on itself. The person who becomes sad because of their sadness and becomes bitter and cynical over the notion of union and connection. The person who worries because they're worried until they become so narcissistically, pathologically self-concerned that they're obsessed with themselves. The person who is proud that they're proud until they become totally self-righteous in a way they're just disgusted with any perceived impurity in anything, which is a reflection of their own failure to embrace the darkness within themselves. And this presents as agitation on the pulse, presenting as vibration on a continuum from moderate through severe vibrations on the pulse, which shows an agitation of spirit, so that the spirit is constantly agitated by the mind's obsession with thoughts and with feelings. In the 1970s, 60s, and 70s, so with Freud, there was an evolution of human consciousness to be able to introspect into our own conditions. And it was presented in a mental, rational, intellectual paradigm of understanding the gross dimensions of the self in terms of the body and ego structures. The ego is a relatively gross dimension of the self. It is the dimension of the self that reflects back to us our apparent separation, the reality, the apparent reality of ourselves as separate. In the 1960s, pluralism, the capacity to hold many points of view, began to displace that kind of mechanistic, materialistic view of life that dates back to its foundation in Descartes. I think, therefore I am, the Cartesian separation of mind and body. And one of the big therapeutic insights of the 1960s was the capacity, cultivating the capacity to introspect. And the therapeutic mantra was, how does that feel? What are you feeling? Where do you feel it? How does that feel to you? How does that make you feel? And the whole thing was to get people to try to start getting in touch with their feelings, because it was understood that mental rationality repressed the unconscious. And it was imagined that people at earlier stages of development, like the noble savages who could track the weather and track the seasons and track animal based on feelings and intuitions, were at some higher stage of development, and that mental rationality had repressed this lower intuitive in touchness with nature and existence through feeling states. And so a lot of the therapy had to do with going into feelings, getting in touch with feelings. Primal scream therapy, hit things with baseball bats. And in the new age, this became yoga therapy, push people into untenable positions and get them to scream and yell and emote, or rebirthing, getting people to go through the birth canal and scream and yell, hyperventilate and scream and yell and emote, and get in touch with feelings. And all that is good evolutionarily. But at some point, you come to a stage of development where you can introspect, where you aren't repressing your feelings and your emotions, and that isn't the therapy for you anymore. And you come to a stage in development where it's recognized that both thought and feeling are subtle objects in awareness that have no self-nature. Subtle objects in awareness that have no self-nature. The evil chi here is the dysfunctional chi that perpetuates habitual identification with a thought. And a thought can be, in quotes, a positive or negative thought. A negative thought would be, I am dumb, I am stupid, I am impotent, I am unlovable. And positive thoughts would be the opposite, which are, I'm the smartest, I'm the brightest, I'm the best. And so pathological thoughts get inflated with intention, and those can go one way or the other on a continuum of I'm the worst, I'm the best. The thing that makes them pathological is they're pathological to the degree they cause separation and sustain the illusion of a separate, independent self-sense. And there has been some supposition that women are emotional and men are about intellect and thought, and the Cartesian separation of mind and body is patriarchy, and we need to return to matriarchy and a more intuitive self. Well, that intuitive self associated with patriarchy indulged in cannibalism and raiding the tribe next door and raping all the women and taking them and their children as slaves and killing all the men in tribes all over the world for hundreds of thousands of years prior to the patriarchal institution of the mythic traditions, which then repressed and slaughtered people at those earlier stages of development, which greatly lacks humanity, but they were nowhere near a top-down understanding that embraced all the parts of the selves developmentally. So in the context of this teaching, there are differences between thought and feeling. Thought is more associated with chi and is relatively more yang and is more associated with the yang organs. and feeling is more associated with blood and more associated with the yin organs. And the entry exit points over the heart have to deal more with emotion and more with blood. And the entry exit points over the sensory orifices have relatively more to do with qi and relatively more to do with thought. But from an integral perspective of at least this teaching, thought and feeling are both equal in that they're subtle objects in awareness that have no self-nature. And being free means being free in the face of thought and being free in the face of feeling. And one isn't any better than the other, which just highlights the need to transcend this dualistic thinking of matriarchy, patriarchy, into becoming very interested in an emergence beyond either of them, which would be an integrated, integral human being who has ceased being a victim, who aspires toward and achieves a state of relatively no fundamental glaring contradictions within the self structure. A profound integration beyond qi and blood and matriarchy and patriarchy and yin and yang into something that's emergent and has far greater capacity than either of those two things would ever have on their own. And it's not just an integration of the two dualities. It's actually a transcendence of their limitations and an inclusion of their strengths into something entirely new, which is emergent in the leading edge of humanity now and is in a very tender stage, but is available to everyone on this call. Guaranteed. Not people are at stages of development 20,000 years old, nowhere near what I'm talking about. It's important to understand stages of development where you do things like you invade Afghanistan and expect to institute constitutional democracy in a tribal culture. It pays no respect whatsoever to the stage. It exercises no care whatsoever. It would be like thinking if you just scream loudly enough, you could teach a 4-year-old geometry. Impossible. All medicine has its person, its place, and its time, and its dose. Any medicine that has the capacity to free a person in a given moment has the capacity to enslave them under different circumstances. And all medicine becomes poison at the point we stop, at the point we just take the medicine and aren't doing our part in terms of upholding the obligation to learn from it, integrate it, and move on. At the point we're just consuming it for experience, it actually becomes poison. So in the paradigm of the 5-element tradition that I learned and that I teach, which is the J.R. Worsley's 5-element tradition, the way Jie Qi is drained is superficial needling of the yin shu points. And what we're doing is getting rid of agitation in the nervous system that sustains an unwholesome investment of resources via our attention to unwholesome thoughts and unwholesome feelings. And people say, but I feel it. I can't deny. Feeling is just feeling. But it feels so good. I mean, oftentimes the worst thing you could do feels really good. What kind of experience do you think a serial killer is having when they're doing, murdering someone? You think they're having a bad experience? They're loving every second of it. The women who committed the Charles Manson murders described sitting on their victim's chest, stabbing them 187 times, watching themselves as they were in a movie in a state of absolute ecstasy. Feeling has no necessary, the fact that something feels good has no necessary relationship whatsoever to how wholesome it is. And this is one of the great failings of New Age philosophy, is the narcissistic notion that if it feels good, it is good. My feelings define my truth. That's just narcissism. I mean, my truth is always the ego's truth, and the ego's truth is always selfish, right? Self-centered. So we needle the yin shu points superficially. This is bladder 13. And the list is on the next slide. You don't have to write this down. Bladder 13, 14, 15. 18, 20, and 23 for correspondingly the lung shu, pericardium, heart shu, liver shu, spleen shu, and kidney shu. And we just tap needles in. And when there's Jie Qi, when there's evil Qi, when there's aggressive energy, the skin will turn very dark red around the needle, like gua sha red. There won't be the purple from gua sha because you're not scraping blood vessels. You're just inserting a gauge 34 or gauge 36 needle, a couple of thin in very superficially. You won't get the purple from, but you'll get that deep, 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 dark red color coming up around the needle. And you leave the needles in till all the red goes away. This takes tension off the nervous system, tension off the heart, tension off the mind. It deflates the dysfunctional energy that's sustaining an unwholesome relationship to thought and feeling. So the whole miasm, that whole knot, the person can start experiencing relatively more space in relationship to it. The person with aggressive energy, their existential situation is they take this is the condition that they're focused on, and that all their attention is like this till their entire world looks like what they're looking through. It's so close, they have no separation, and then just every direction they look, that situation is projected. And treating possession and draining aggressive energy just give them increasing distance from it, not so the thing disappears, but so that it becomes an object in awareness they can actually take a volitional relationship to and thereby stop becoming a victim of. So the treatment drains cynicism is the poison of the heart. There's a difference between cynicism and skepticism. Skepticism, as I believe I said yesterday, is healthy. I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure it's true. Present me with the facts and I'll do due diligence and scrutinize it. Cynicism is, I already know it's not true and I'm not interested in what you have to say. Cynicism is the poison of the heart. Why? Because the heart stores Shen, and Shen is interest. Because the only reason creation exists is that luminosity needs a vehicle to be able to contemplate itself. Shen, spirit, is interest. When you look at your lover's eyes and you see the light coming through their eyes, that tells you they're interested. If you look at your lover's eyes and there's no light there, you think something's wrong. Where's the love? Love is Shen. Spirit is love. Spirit is consciousness. Spirit, love, and consciousness prove themselves through interest. Interest proves itself through listening. A person who loves listens in the same way that parents listen to their newborn infant at all times, in all places, through all circumstances. So when you have a newborn infant, even though you're exhausted and you're sleeping, in your deepest sleep, you're listening to hear if they're breathing. They're across the room in a crib, or they're laying between you and your partner, or they're laying in bed with you. And even in your deepest exhaustion and sleep, at a soul level, you're listening to make sure they're okay. That is the quality of care of consciousness toward its creation. That is the heartbreaking quality of care that we experience when bodhisattvic love explodes into our heart and we realize ourselves as the source, path, and goal of creation. Not in a narcissistic way, but in a way that demands an absolute surrender to the recognition where the ego is faced with the dilemma, I am nothing, thou art everything. So the needles in draining aggressive energy deflate cynicism, doubt, fear, hostility, anxiety, bitterness, resentment, disgust, pride. Pride is the ego. The ego manifests as feeling separate from and better than, in a way that is cruel and brutal to others and devalues them and elevates the self over them. So, possession, if a person is possessed, then you have to treat possession. Also, I should mention possession with herbs. The possession with goo has to be treated with herbs. The best herbs that exist for treating goo are in the classical Pearl line of herbs authored by and sold by Heinrich Fruhoff. There are no herbs, there are none that come close by any other manufacturer. Heinrich's fluent in classical Chinese. He's fluent in the Chinese language. He runs the farms in China. They're all organic. There's no toleration for any degree of pesticides or heavy metals or impurities in the herbs. And he's reading ancient texts and he's collaborating with Taoists and Buddhists in China who know formulas that just aren't available to anybody else. And when he released that line of herbs, my practice changed like night and day. And those are the highest quality herbs you can get, and they work like magic. So his catalog is free online, the Classical Pearl catalog. You have to go to his site and buy it, but there's no charge. You have to put it in your basket and check out, but the charge is zero. And it would do anyone who's interested in who works with herbs, if there was any single line of herbs prefab to look into, I would say, to master this line of herbs. Louis, you have a question.
Yes, hi. It's about the needling of the points.
Yes, sir.
I have colleagues who have studied with a different teacher, and they have their needling when they're doing aggressive energy, the second line of bladder, so bladder 42, 44, and so on. And
The outer line, the spirit line, you mean?
yeah, sorry, I'm French, so
No, no problem. I know what you mean.
so I was wondering if you had a perspective on this variant.
Yeah, that's not what Worsley did. It's not what I've learned, and it's not what I've ever done. It's something this practitioner came up with that's true in their experience. And therefore, I would suggest for you to test it out in your experience. But I don't have experience with it. I would never deny it because I don't have experience with it. So I have heard of people who do this, and I just have never done it.
Okay, thank you so much.
I mean, it on the face of it, I don't see any reason not to, but I would have to test it out in clinic and see.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think of aggressive energy as a relatively gross manifestation that would affect the primary organs, as opposed to something that would be more on the soul level. I look at it more as a nervous system phenomenon and an organ phenomenon, which would be more readily addressed by the regular shoe points. But again, I don't have experience with it. So you test it out, and if it works for you, everything I was ever taught in school or with Leon or anywhere I learned anything, if I tried it, and if it worked for me, I kept it in. And if it didn't work for me, I dropped it immediately. And it is my herbalist is Dr. Kwang, who wrote the book Fourth Uncle on the Mountain. I'm actually going to see him on Tuesday. And he is one of the top herbalists in North America. And, he has said on several occasions to me that it is up to every doctor of Chinese medicine to create their own medicine. Right? So when I'm teaching, any long-term student of mine will tell you, what I encourage my students to do is become the medicine, and I endeavor to place the tools to that in their hands. And then to formulate their own medicine based on their own experience in life and their own gifts. I never try to indoctrinate people technically into what I'm doing. I want to bring people into a particular view, and as long as they're holding that view, then I encourage them to go out into the big world and learn anything that appeals to them that can serve the view. I'm never technically. I always find it trivial when traditions suggest things like you have to do it like technically, you have to do it like this, and you have to do it like that. To me, that's just dogma. And if you're postmodern, at least you've overcome. If you're really healthfully consolidated in pluralism and can hold many views, then you've transcended the need for any particular ritualistic dogma in your life. Hi, Amanda. Ma'am, Amanda?
Sorry, I still
Hey.
muted. My question's also about the needling. When I was taught in school to do an AE, it wasn't exactly where I would needle a shoe point. It was just slightly over. So it wasn't
Where did you go to school?
in Victoria, BC at the Canadian College of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine.
It's not a 5-element school.
Nope, we had a 5-element teacher, Brian
Where
Hardy.
where did they go to school?
I don't know where Brian went.
What was Brian's name?
Brian Hardy. The book he referenced was J.R. Worsley book.
Well, I can't speak to that. Again, this seems to be something unique to his clinical experience. It is absolutely not what I was taught or what JR taught or what I've done all my career.
Okay, so you're kneeling right on where the shoe points are,
Yeah.
all the way down.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not criticizing him. I'm just saying again, I don't have experience with this. It sounds like an adjustment he came up with based on his experience. And I can just say it isn't mine and not comment beyond that.
Okay.
But I can tell you for sure it's not what JR taught or what my teachers taught me.
Yeah. I also took a course with Neil Gumnick.
Yes.
And I believe I think that's where, because I wanted to learn more.
Then this could reflect. See, the thing is, JR's tradition, as formulated by him and perpetuated by the people who consider themselves the inheritors and the gatekeepers of that tradition, it is a mythic tradition. And they are the fundamentalists of that tradition. And the goal of that tradition is to present the tradition and preserve it exactly as it looked at the moment JR died. There is a museum here in Stockbridge, down the street from where I practiced all my life, which is Daniel Chester French's home, where he did all his work. He is the man who carved the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. And a woman I dated in between getting divorced and remarried was an intern there. And so I spent some time with her there after closing hours in the place. And she was an archivist, and the whole place was preserved as it was on the day Daniel Chester French died. You open the cabinets in the kitchen, and the boxes of cornflakes and the tea and all so everything there was as it was as he died. And the thing in JR's tradition was everyone who went and studied with him would always come back, and everyone wanted to know, where is liver 14 today? Where is he placing small intestine 6 now? What is the protocol for treating aggressive energy or possession now? So these people are the archivists of a mythic tradition and they consider their job is to keep it looking like it was and make sure it's understood in the context of exactly how JR thought about it on the day he died. Okay.
Thank you.
That's what it is. I, on the other hand, am always more interested in what I don't know and always subjecting everything to scrutiny and looking like, okay, well, what is it now? What medicine serves now? I'm always looking for larger and larger and deeper context to understand things. Danielle, one last question, because I got to finish with this and then have lunch. So,
I mean, I'm sure you probably already answered it just in what you were saying, but I just wondered your thoughts on after you drain aggressive energy or clear possession. What's your experience? Like, do you ever tonify like the upright influences you say afterwards, or you just
at some point, after I graduated, JR started teaching. that after you treat possession or after you drain aggressive energy, you can do Heart 7 to reinstitute the heart as emperor and tonify the heart as the center of self. And I heard that he was teaching that. So the next time I did a possession treatment, literally my experience was I did the needles, I came in the room, the woman said she felt fabulous. All the stress was gone from her face. I did Heart 7, she yelled, ow, and then slipped back immediately into a bad attitude and told me the next time I felt so good. And when you came in and you did that last point, it ruined everything. And I have always deferred to the principle that I was actually taught in school, and it's one of the things I was taught that I found to be true, is that when I get a good change in a person, I stop treating. And a good change to me can be, in some people, a good change is 20% because they're so stuck. But on average, if I get a person to a point where I feel like 80-85% of the change I'd like to see is there, I just stop. I'm sure we've all had the experience where you said something in a discussion with a meaningful discussion with someone, and you said something and it really struck a chord, and there's a silence. And the most appropriate thing at that time would have been to have just sat with that and let it sit and take root. But your ego was so impressed with having made an impression that you kept speaking, and then everything shifts and the whole message gets lost. And I'm sure you've had the same experience on the other end where someone said something and then they just kept talking and it didn't leave room to go anywhere with it. So the thing is, when you're treating someone and you get a good change, a good shift in color, sound, odor, and emotion, a good shift on the pulse, a shift in their countenance, whatever therapeutic changes are meaningful to you, and you see a real change, stop. Let them sit with it. So if I treat for aggressive energy or possession, and there's a really good change, I just stop. Okay, why don't we take a break till 1:15 and we'll come back then and continue. Okay, everyone, I'm having a great time. I appreciate your engagement. I hope you're enjoying it. I see some smiling faces, so that's good. It's hard to tell on the people who just have their icons up, but thank you all for the attention. Here we are. Okay, how's everyone doing? Hope you had a good lunch. Nice to see you came back. That's always encouraging. Okay. So we talked about possession. If a person is possessed and has that, you have to do that first. So the order of treatment is if a person's bleeding, stop bleeding. If they have any signs of a heart attack or needing immediate medical attention, send them for that. If they're possessed, treat possession. Because if they have possession, aggressive energy often won't drain. Because whatever it is that's possessing them thrives and lives off of dysfunctional chi. And it will hold on to it. So clear the possession and then drain aggressive energy. And aggressive energy is drained by tapping needles into the yin shu points. And here are the yin shu points. Someone asked about halfway between, and you can see these crosses mark the center of the spine. And then I've made a little angle here at the edge of the scapula. Some traditions put 4 inches here, and so you put the points at 2, and other inches put them at 3, and so you put them at 1.5. But no matter how many you put, and no matter how many inches you think of, they go halfway. And so you have lung, heart protector, heart, liver, spleen, kidney. The kidney one is a little, as you know, it's about 1/2 inch extra out. The outer bladder points would run along the edge of the scapula right here, and I don't tap needles in them. And this is a picture of a patient being treated for aggressive energy. Other than putting needles in the point, I always tap a needle or two, put a needle or two just anywhere on the back, usually between the line and the spine as a test needle. And if the same amount of red shows up around the test needle as in the point, that's not considered some people just anywhere you touch them, their back's going to turn red. So you can see in this person, here's the test needle, and there's just no red around it at all. And you can see marked red around the needles in the acupuncture points. And the therapeutic strategy is to leave those in until the person shows no red in their back at all, and to take it out. And the consideration here is that can take, some people have no red, some people it will take 5 or 10 minutes, and some people it will take 2.5 hours. And once you get the needles in, you don't want to send the person home halfway. It would be like getting halfway through a surgery, sewing the person back up and telling them to leave and come again next week. Once the needles are in, you want to leave them in until the red is gone. And that means if you have one treatment room and you're only working in one treatment room, you have to leave at least 1.5 hours. Because, 2 and 3 hour drains are very, very rare. There are some people who are so sick that all the energy they have is aggressive energy. And if you drain it significantly, you're going to leave them so weakened that it's not in their best interests. That was very true back in the day when I was treating a lot of patients with HIV. In the early 90s, when everyone who got HIV was dying of it, I started a program where anyone with HIV could come and get treatment. And I ran that in conjunction with Arlo Guthrie and his center. Where the Film Alice's restaurant was made was downstairs from my office. And I knew Arlo from living locally, but also because my Aunt Sonia ran a dance studio with his mother in Brooklyn. Anyway, those guys and gals who had HIV and AIDS back in the day, I mean, all they had was aggressive energy. Everything was sick. And if you drained them for hours and hours, it would just really exhaust them. And their pulses would get weaker and be really depleted. So you could just do a little bit, 20 minutes at a time, every few treatments, something like that, to just take the edge off. If a person has aggressive energy and you drain it and it keeps coming back, as with anything you treat, if you're doing the right treatments and they're showing positive reaction, but the situation keeps reoccurring, you have to ask what internally or externally could be regenerating it. And internally, there can be physical conditions like degenerative conditions and cancer that you're just not going to cure by draining the energy, and it just keeps coming back and coming back. There's something going on inside which you have to diagnose to get to the root of that keeps recreating the situation. And similarly, you have to look at, what external circumstance in their life could be continually polluting their energy system. Could it be exposure to solvents? Could it be black mold? Could it be living in a damp basement? Could it be living in or working in a toxic, aggressive situation? And so then the person has to make a lifestyle change. So what we expect with this treatment is much more ease, much less emotional charge, much less dysfunctional investment in cynical, bitter, resentful, jealous attitudes and behaviors and thoughts. And a lot more distance from emotion and distance from thought in general, more space and more wholesomeness. More eye contact, more light coming through in every way that light can poetically come through a person. So any questions about this treatment? Again, this is the first treatment I gave everybody. Yes, Alana, hi.
Hi. I'm not a five element practitioner, but I've dabbled a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, is this treatment also diagnostic? Like, for example, let's say they only have Shaw at their lung and heart back shoes. Is that diagnostic that those organs are out of balance?
Yes. And so which organs did you tell me?
I was just a hypothetical situation.
Which
Their
ones did
lung
you?
and their heart, for
Yes.
example, the only
Yes.
one.
So what it would tell you is that those two organs are affected. And what it also tells you is it must have started in the heart and gone to the lungs, since that's the co-cycle direction. And then you would want to look at what kind of shocks to the lung and what kind of toxicity, to the heart, could they be exposed to? And what does it mean that it's going to the lung? Yes. And the whole idea here of cleaning this up early in treatment is, if you don't, it started in the heart, it went to the lung. Where's it going next? Liver. So heart to lung would be one leg. Lung to liver would be two legs. Liver to spleen would be three legs. And Worsley felt that by the time a person had it on three different legs of the co-cycle, they were in a place of very serious vulnerability and probably progressing toward degenerative disease and illness. And you can see this person has it everywhere. So it would be on all, throughout the whole system. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And then maybe a follow-up question too.
Sure.
If you do this treatment and they don't have Shaw anywhere, is that an indication that either you didn't place the points in the right place, or maybe this wasn't the right treatment for that person?
Well, with the shoe points, you'd have to be pretty far off to, the reason is because you're not getting chi here and you're dealing with organ areas. To get chi at an acupuncture point, we all know you can put a needle in, you feel nothing, the patient feels nothing. You move it a fraction of a millimeter and there's a strong reaction. This is less sensitive to that because you're dealing with organs and more superficial and a wider kind of energy on the whole bladder channel. So, sure, if you're a quarter inch away or something, it might be an issue, but certainly not a 1/16 of an inch or something like that. And there are some people who have very strong reactions, even though they don't get red, but their pulses completely change anyway. They're outliers. So, but on average, this is the typical reaction. You'll get it on the mostly. I only put this as a picture because this is one of those people who had it everywhere. So it's a good teaching example. Most people have it on just the top few points because it's the heart and the lungs and the upper chow, which are the most sensitive organs, most sensitive emotionally. And we all know the lungs are most sensitive to environmental pathogens.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. Okay, Joel.
As I'm being taught, we have the client sit in a chair and then we have the needles angled down so the AE can drain.
Yeah, like the person who's sitting up where I marked them here
Okay,
on the left, right?
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, my understanding is that the one on the right lying face down would be inappropriate because the aggressive energy couldn't drain
The one on the what?
on the right side of the screen since they're lying face down.
Yeah, that's complete nonsense.
Okay, it can be done either way.
Absolutely. And in fact, in many people, it's better to do it with them lying down because sometimes when this starts leaving, I mean, a reasonable amount of time, people get very lightheaded and very dizzy, and this ensures they can't faint.
Yep.
The tradition you're from, that you work in, as Worsley taught it, we were basically taught to be in the room for the full hour we're working with the person.
Mm-hmm.
So then if that's the way you're working and they're sitting up and they get lightheaded, you're there staring at their back. I worked that way. I rented my office. It had been empty for years because it was on the third floor it was the old Masonic meeting hall in Stockbridge on the third floor of a building. And I had 4 treatment rooms, a reception area, a waiting room, and then a meeting room, which was about 25 by 20 with a domed ceiling with stars painted on it. It was very beautiful. And when I first started, I would put the needles in the patient and sit in a chair and watch them. And soon enough, I said to myself, why not just let them be? And I left the room. And very shortly after that, I looked around and said, I've got 4 treatment rooms. I could just be in that room treating another person. And I moved to a point where throughout almost all my career, I saw 3 people an hour and always had an extra room in case someone came late or something. So I had 4 rooms, but saw 3. So there was always an empty for overflow. Now, I'm not saying if you work, I tend to get to the point pretty quickly. And I focus a lot on what happens in the interaction between me and the patient. And then I put the needles in and leave the person with their experience. I get treated by 2 practitioners, 2 different acupuncturists who massage and do zero balancing and put needles in and do this, that, and the other thing and burn mocks on me. And I love it. It's great. I feel really well nourished and attended to. It's just not how I ever worked or related to working. I like get to the point and then provide the room. And then when they leave, when I go back in to have another finishing conversation, to focus everything, see where things have come to, and create a context for the next treatment. So anyway, having people lay down, the notion that it won't drain if they're laying down is absurd. Aggressive energy is not significantly a material thing. It doesn't have mass and gravity doesn't affect it. I can almost guarantee you it would drain in gravityless space. Anyway,
Thank you.
okay. Yeah, Natalia, hi.
Hi, I have a question about, is it appropriate to do unilateral needling in this treatment?
Why would you want to do that?
I was thinking about to use like less needles.
No, I
No?
wouldn't think so. First of all, it's not that many. It's 12 needles and a test needle. Your average TCM practitioner is using 30 needles in a treatment. I mean, this isn't that much. How many needles on average do you use in a treatment?
I always try to do less than 10, but it's not just a goal. Of course, no.
Yeah, on my average treatment with people is 7 to 9 needles. But this one's 12. So, and these also aren't, you're not getting chi on these points. You're tapping in, there's no pain associated with it, except in that rare person who, is projecting so strongly. But these needles are going in a millimeter, you know. So, I mean, you're not doing 12 needles and you're not treating the shoe points here. You're draining the bladder meridian of pathogens at the most superficial level. You're like skimming the pool here. You're not going down deep into the organ depth of the points or the jing depth there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Hi, Eric.
Hi, all, and hi, Lonnie.
Yes.
In terms of the aggressive energy treatment, I was taught at AFIA that we do the heart correspondence point last. I'd like to know what is your experience in that, and then I have another question.
That is done because Worsley was a heart constitution. He had 5 or 6 heart attacks, and the 5th or 6th one was finally got him. And he was the emperor in his tradition. And he said not, to do the heart last because it's very sensitive and it's the emperor and you have to approach it with utmost respect. Okay, I mean, it makes sense in the context of how the Chinese viewed the emperor. Practically speaking, it's another thing that I stopped doing early on because of my own clinical experience, and I did them all at the same time, and it just worked out fine. That is something you would have to look at what makes sense to you in terms of your own experience with it.
All right, thanks. And then my second question, we are also taught like to support a patient, especially thinking about, after the treatment, which may drain a patient, to use the source points to end the treatment or some sort of elemental points to support the constitution if it's been identified. And I'd like to know what's your experience
Yeah, I talked about that before, which is that if I get a really good result in a treatment, I don't mess with it. So if I drain aggressive energy and the person's clearly changed and their pulses have changed and everything's shifted, I just leave it be. And only if very little or nothing has happened, then I move on and look to other things. I tend to do aggressive energy just on its own terms in a treatment and not add anything else.
All right, thank you.
And you have to see again, I'm never hung up on these details. I'm never going to be one to tell anyone, the last woman asked, would you just do it on one side? And I said, no, that doesn't make sense to me. But again, I mean, if she came back and she said, I've been doing it on one side one time and one side the other, and it works for me. I know everybody works that out. I'm never so concerned with or have an investment in that sort of thing.
Yeah, would you say like I'm thinking in terms of a broad treatment plan that intention is definitely, what would guide us. And like you said, we have to give time for this, unique self to take in the treatment. And so that could be like our measure, actually observation and the intention we're putting in our treatment.
Well, it sounds good. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Well, if your intention was, for example, to help the person um, with, some anger, frustration, you're treating aggressive energy, that's part of a treatment plan.
Hmm.
You still see the person is angry. Maybe you could end with the source points for wood, but if you're seeing that, there was this change
Yeah.
and your intention was to help, so you already helped, so you don't need to use those source points to end the point. Like that's what I was referring to. Is that your
Yeah. Well, yeah, so it pays to have as focused intention as possible so you can be clear about why you're doing what you're doing. Why are you administering this medicine in this moment to this person? What's the dose and what's the expected effect? And the clearer your intention is, the clearer you can then objectively assess the outcome and then see how close you got to it. Intention is also important because intention extends the influence of our own developmental center of gravity through resonance and its effects on the individual. And so the archetype of this in Chinese medicine would be using intention when needling an acupuncture point to summon qi. Now, sometimes the second we put the needle in the point and break the skin, I use an insertion tube. The second you do that, feel the qi coming. And when you get to the depth, it's like a lightning bolt and there's strong qi. Sometimes I put the needle in and there's nothing, but I feel it far, far away. And I use my intention I use consciousness to draw the qi, the consciousness, the shen. I use shen to draw shen toward it and sort of summon the qi, and I can feel the arrival of the qi. And then I feel when it's strong, and all of that has to do with intention. But it's always important to know what we're doing and why. That's just a sign of care. Okay? Amanda?
Okay, I just wanted to know your thoughts on, I often do an AE as a first-time treatment
Yeah.
with all my clients, and they've been with me for years, and then they'll come in one day and say, tell me about a shock they've had, like something traumatic happened. I'll do another AE, and it
Yeah.
might be months or years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how I use it. Like if someone's come in and they're like, I just had a shock, they tell me this, I'm like, okay, great. And then we do the treatment.
Of course.
And then also if I have a client that's gone under anesthetic, anyone who's gone under anesthetic for any surgery or anything, I always do an AE again after. I was taught that.
Yes, that sounds good. I do that too.
Okay.
Yeah, if a person falls off their bike or they stuck in wind, cold, damp, or they get some kind of shock, some bad news. Now, it's not just enough to have bad news. I mean, for instance, there are some people, okay. The agitation caused by aggressive energy makes its presence known through these pathological emotional states I described. The character trait with which all of them have in common is victimization. So if a patient comes to me, like if I'm your patient and you say, hi, Lonnie, how are you today? And I go, you know, Amanda, I'm just feeling down. I got some really bad news and I feel like I'm in really deep waters. There was no victimization in that. I'm reporting to you authentically where I'm at, but there was no bitterness, there was no resentment, there was no projection. Do you see what I'm saying? It's the bitterness, the resentment, the triggering, the projection, the anxiety, the insomnia, the buzz on the superficial level of the pulse that tells me the person needs the AE treatment. Not just the fact that they had an unpleasant experience, because we all have unpleasant experiences and we don't all have there's can be a maturity in how people view their experience that gets to a point where they just don't develop aggressive energy at all. Aggressive energy is the internalization of aggression, external aggression. And we can get to a point where we're just not internalizing. Why? Because we don't take things personally anymore.
Yeah, I think I recognize now when I see someone very agitated and they can't see past that moment,
Yes.
and every decision they've made is out of that shock they've experienced, and their life is over and they can't do this. That's when I'm like, okay, I know what we need to do.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
But if they report what's going on with a dispassionate interest authentically, like the guy who said to me, I know you're not going to cure me. I want you to help give my family the last thing I can give them is a death with dignity. Well, that's deep, but it's not aggressive energy. Yeah. Okay, good. Hi, Kimberly.
Oh, hello. Sorry. I had to take my daughter to a game, so I'm outside.
Okay.
I'm kind of new to 5-element as well. And my question is about the test needle. If you have a patient who seemingly fits the profile of needing an aggressive energy treatment and the test needle turns red, I guess that's a histamine response.
Well,
how do you know?
Well,
or what's the point of the test needle?
The point is that if that needle on this patient on the right was just as red, she's probably someone you could take your fingernail, run it down the skin with just a little pressure and everything would turn red. Some people,
right.
People have something called dermographia where you can write on their back.
Right. So does that mean they don't?
That means it's not aggressive energy.
That they don't need an aggressive energy treatment.
Yeah, I would leave the needles in and let it clear anyway. This is a really good treatment as a first-time treatment in people because the needles don't hurt. You don't know how people are going to react. Twice in my career, out of, again, 95,000 sessions, two times in 40 years, I tapped one needle in and a person went into needle shock. I mean, I tapped in the left lung, bladder 13 for the lung, and the person had a hysterical meltdown and never came back. That had nothing to do with the treatment of the needle. I could have put that needle anywhere in their body. There was a lot more going on. And so, but other than that, I mean, it's a generally really nice treatment that equilibrates all the organs with each other and gets people used to needles and helps to ease any anxiety they might have because it's so relatively painless.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hello, Lewis.
Yes, I was wondering, what is your indicator in case of someone with dark skinned? Do you rely on the pulse if there's change in the vibration?
No, it's the same thing. You can take, I've treated the blackest black people in the world and it's still dark splotches come up on their skin.
Okay, it's darker. Okay.
I mean, look, black people get tattoos and you can still see the tattoos.
Right.
They don't have the same relief that somebody from Sweden would have, but it's not like it isn't there. So there's still a dark splotch that comes up, and in fact, it's still red.
Okay.
You know, the easiest people in the world to see the white metal color on the face are black people. Because the white comes up in stark. You say this person's black, but they're glowing white. So anyway, it just, I mean, sure, if they have very dark skin, it's not going to come up like this Caucasian lady here, but it's still going to look just like this. It's just not going to be in stark contrast.
Okay.
It'll be obvious still. Okay. Okay, so let's move on. I want to talk about the cotton quality on the pulse. It's important to cover, although it's a little abstract, because it's always easier to teach pulse qualities when you're sitting in a room and you point to it and you can feel it on the patient and you say, that's cotton. I can tell you all about seeing the morel mushrooms and teach you how to find them, but it's going to be much easier if we're standing next to a morel mushroom and I go, that's a morel mushroom. And then I pick it and cut it open and say, see, it's always going to be hollow. And then you get it in a way that you can't if I just describe it to you. The cotton quality on the pulse feels like there's a thick amorphous substance over the pulse. Here's the chi, the blood, the organ depth of the pulse. Here's the rising and falling of the wave just up to the top of the chi depth. And over it, it feels like there's a fuzzy substance. Here is a pen. And with the pen, I can roll my fingers and I can feel the entire circumference of the pen. And when I put my fingers on the top, I can roll this way and it's curling away this way, curling away this way. And I feel a kind of uniformity to the surface of the pulse. If I take this and put it over, I can still feel that there's a form down there, but when I roll my fingers, I don't feel edges to it. I don't feel a roundness. I can feel that there's a tension, but it feels like I have to go down through layers and layers and layers to get to it. That's the cotton quality on the pulse. It's something you're going to feel predominantly more in heavier people, although people who are not at all overweight can still have it. It's a pulse that signifies collapse of the Wei Qi. The person experienced a physical or emotional shock, and the Wei Qi came crashing down and is sitting on the surface, obstructing the flow of Qi, smothering everything, like fog obscuring the sun. The sun is the impulse of the heart in the pulse. And the cotton is grief, sadness, and resignation from the lungs, smothering the heart and circulatory system. The lungs, of course, govern the Wei Qi. This person has had a great disappointment in their life that has engendered an immovable state of resignation. They are not repressing what happened. If you say to them, did you have a significant disappointment in life? They will be able to tell you exactly what it was. My dog died when I was 7. My grandmother died when I was 8. My parents got divorced when I was 4. My twin died when I was 18. They know. They're not repressing any of it. They know, and they're resigned to it. They're resigned. There's nothing my will can do. My will cannot change it. And the cotton quality, in turn, creates a stagnation that represses the will, because will is what helps us overcome resignation. Where there is a will, there's a way. and the kidney works trying to move it and eventually collapses because it can't move it. Because it's held in place by the person's belief, significantly held in place by the person's belief that things are just what they are, this is what I got, and I can't change, and I can't change it. And I'm resigned to it. The cotton quality starts in the distal position on the heart and lung, in the chi depth, and it moves down to the organ depth of those organs. So from superficial in the pulse to deeper and deeper. And it moves down the wrist toward the elbow, toward the middle chow and the lower chow. And by the time a person has it on all pulse positions at all depths, and you feel on the whole pulse like you're just descending through clouds, like you have to go down through all this stuff before you even get to feel an impulse. It takes 20 years for that to happen. The stagnation caused by the Wei Qi results in sadness and resignation. And by the time the person has it on all depths and all positions, that level of stagnation is going to result in growths in the body sometime between the age of 40 to 70. So if a person is 30 years old and they have cotton quality on all depths and positions, you know that the life experience that collapsed the Wei Qi and resulted in this resignation and disappointment couldn't have happened later than 10 years old. If they're 40, it couldn't have happened later than 20. If they're 60, it couldn't have happened later than 40. And so on. If they're 60 and they have all depths and positions, well, growth has to happen between 40 to 70. And if they haven't had growth, it means right now they're probably in the process of it because there's 10 years left to manifest that destiny. If they're 30 and they have it, you know you have 10 years left to work to try to make a difference, which is a considerable amount of time. This is so accurate that one of my great victories, we have failures and we have victories in clinic. And one of the great victories was on the first day of my 2-year clinical integration class, 10 or so years ago. A woman, went around on the last few hours of the second or third day of class, when I can't remember if it was a 2 or 3 day weekend back then. And I was just touching students' wrists and everyone in class and writing on a piece of paper like 5 things people could look for. And then I would help them find them. And one woman, I touched her wrists and I said, you have something growing right here. And I pointed to the upper right quadrant of her breast. And I said, if I were you, I would get a mammogram and have that looked at. She got a mammogram and they found nothing. They wouldn't let her have an MRI because the mammogram was negative. She paid for it herself, $1,500. And they found 3 instances of stage 0 triple negative aggressive cancer. She chose to have a bilateral mastectomy and they found it throughout both breasts on histology. And basically told her, well, by the time you had symptoms from this and we found it, you'd have been terribly, terribly ill. Probably stage 4. And they got it at stage 0. So this is practicing medicine on another level. So I illustrate this to teach you this pulse quality here, but also it can seem like I'm speaking about a lot of philosophy, but I want you to understand that in the tradition I teach, the philosophy, as rigorous as the philosophy is that I'm teaching you, as rigorous as the worldview is that I'm teaching, there is a corresponding physiology just as rigorous having to do with pulse, tongue, and eye diagnosis. And then diagnosis by color, sound, odor, and emotion. We're just not doing that this weekend. But I don't want you to think it's all just theory. It's really paired with a much, much deeper physiological view than is of the 8 principles than is contained in TCM out of China. Much, much deeper 8 principle thinking than that. The Chinese did to their medicine what they did to their martial arts, which is what they did to their language, which is they pared it all down and simplified it all. Got rid of the richness of the diversity of all the traditions and just formulated a stake-run, easy-to-teach system that they could teach during the Cultural Revolution easily to people because they needed doctors. Anyway, when a person is caught in +5 in all positions, and the left proximal pulse, the kidney pulse, is very deep and feeble, this almost always corresponds to thyroid insufficiency. And if the person says their thyroid tests fine, if you ask them, did your mother have thyroid disease? They'll almost always say yes, which shows there's a genetic basis and they just haven't manifested it yet. It's mostly women who get thyroid insufficiency, disproportionately to men, because it has never been a value in human culture throughout most of evolution for women to speak authentically. It only became a value for women to speak authentically. It started to become a value for women to speak authentically only in the West in the 1800s, about 1850. And that didn't really flourish until 1960. And it only flourished in the West in about 30% of the population that had reached a postmodern level of development. So when a woman says yes when they should be saying no, or they don't say anything at all when they should be saying no, the qi stagnates at the level of the thyroid, and that stagnation either causes things to grow or causes them to aggressively attack themselves. And then you get plum pitchy in the throat. And the resignation, why the thick cotton colony? Because the woman has been enculturated through the structure of patriarchy, which she is helping co-create by not speaking up, into a structure which she may not even understand, but it becomes resigned to. I started studying, believe it or not, pharmacology when I was 16 years old. And I would go to the science library near a pharmaceutical company near my house, and I would just sit and read pharmacology books. And I remember looking through the magazines, and there were advertisements for the doctors in these magazines, and it would literally show a woman at a window just drearily looking out the window of a suburban home in a driveway, just staring out the window vacantly as her husband pulled into the driveway and was walking up. And it said, Valium for your wife when she's dissatisfied with her life. So the kind of structure that could give rise to a drug to medicate women into roles that they could only ever be resigned to gives rise to this kind of stagnation, whether the person is conscious of the structure or not conscious of the structure. So, treating aggressive energy in gua sha can help a little with it. Using essential oils like myrrh and frankincense on the upper chow, shu points and the outer spirit points in the upper chow, and on the upper kidney points and CV17, and along the heart and lung meridian on certain points. The aromatic nature can break through the Wei Qi stagnation to help start breaking up the person's resignation. Gua sha cupping can do that well. And then adding aromatic herbs to formulas can help break through the stagnation as well. As well as talking to the person. No human being awake to the authentic self and awake to themselves as the authentic self is the part of ourselves that is awake to itself as the force of creation. And no one who's awake to that is ever resigned. Everyone who's awake to that, their attitude is straight ahead, damn the torpedoes. We're going to change this crazy world or die trying, and come back again as many times as it takes until we create heaven on earth. That's the authentic self's attitude. Resignation is nowhere on its radar screen. Nowhere on it. The authentic self's attitude is, I'm going to give the last gift I have left to give, which is a death with dignity. And I'm going to give it 100% and go all the way. I'm going to go out giving because it's not about me. That's the authentic self's attitude. The ego's attitude is, that all sounds great and inspirational, but I need another therapy session. A little more chocolate and a little more ayahuasca. I'm not really sure what you're saying is true. I think I need more therapy. Kelly, hi.
Yeah, hi. So I assume it goes without saying that someone could have had a very big event, but they don't develop this cotton quality because they're somehow more relatively able to.
Yes, they're not resigned to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are two. Yeah, so if you're playing baseball, one person gets hit in the head with a ball and charges at the pitcher swinging, and another person walks off and never plays ball again. That's the person who's going to get the cotton quality.
And is being resigned to a very big life disappointment or trauma virtually the only reason someone would have the cotton? I mean, you mentioned about
no, it cannot
being overweight and just general dampness, but
yes, that's another reason. But people who are overweight are often profoundly resigned to their condition, and if they've dieted, they've lost 50 pounds 5 times and then gained it back, and they've never overcome the fundamental ambivalence, and so there's a resignation. And of course, some people have gone all the way and done everything they can do, and for genetic physiological reasons can't lose the weight, and then due to cultural prejudices there'd be a kind of resignation, as well as just a sheer gravitational effect from the qi stagnation itself. You can also get this condition not because of a psychological blow, but because of a physical blow, like being in a severe car crash that just took all your resources to cope with and left you exhausted. And then nothing could move. And the Wei Qi couldn't restore itself. And for situations like that, there are formulas like Sichuan Dabuan. That massive, clear stagnation, but massively tonified qi and blood. Okie doke.
Unexpressed anger, what if any role does that play with
That is, a person with this could have that, but it isn't a feature of the particular syndrome.
It is what in the syndrome?
It's not a feature of, you wouldn't feel thick cotton on anyone and ever pair it with unexpressed anger. Unexpressed anger results in tense, pounding, and eventually overflowing liver pulses in the left middle position.
Yeah.
So a person with this could have that, could have unexpressed anger, and then the thick cotton quality would obscure to some degree the tense pounding pulse, but you would feel the pounding under the cotton, and then both things would be present. But the cotton in and of itself doesn't mean unexpressed anger. It much more means resignation and sadness.
And will you be speaking to the muffled pulse quality later?
No, because it isn't particular to heart shock.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Eric.
Hi, yeah. I wanted to ask one about the +5. What is the meaning? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
Yes,
And
well, you can rate just about any finding on a scale of 1 to 5. And in the Shenhammer pulse system, many of us, I came up with it independently because Leon wasn't doing this when I studied with him, and I started doing it on my own. And then eventually I heard that his students had started doing it. So on a scale of 1 to 5, the presence of a particular quality means this. In the onesies, 1 means just beginning. 2 means moderately present, around for a little while, but 1 and 2 means the finding is functional. 3 means it's starting to become embodied and might show up on a Western diagnostic, like an MRI or an X-ray or a blood test. 4 means it will probably show up. And 5 means it's absolutely there. 5 means it's happening. It's not just functional anymore. A cotton quality of 5 means on all 6 pulse positions, it's throughout all depth. And that means there's a functional process in place that when the person turns 40 will start to become embodied. And by the time they're 70 will be embodied, as at the latest by the time they're 70 will be embodied as a pathology. It's just kind of a geological process. It moves slowly. It's the effect of stagnation persisting over decades. Okay? I can't hear you. I think you muted, Eric.
sorry, yes. So then one last question. When we see a patient who comes in for something physical, we can see the Shen, the interest, the love in the person, and it's the first visit to our clinic. Would you still do AE?
Well, I would treat them for possession. What you described as possession. AE is more agitation.
No, I actually meant that the Shen is present.
Oh, yes.
The Shen is present.
Oh, so you can see all those things. Yes, then I'd test everyone for aggressive energy just to get it out of the way. And I'd put the needles in, and if after 5 minutes there was no red, I'd move on and do the next thing.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Let's talk about stabilizing the pulse. So Worsley and his system had possession, and you balanced the umbilical pulse. We're not talking about that. Possession, aggressive energy, entry, all these things you did at the beginning to clear blocks. But he wasn't an herbalist, and he didn't understand Chinese physiology. He had only the most superficial understanding of Chinese physiology. And he wasn't an herbalist. He understood meridial level physiology, like balances of the relative balance of excess and deficiency between the yin and yang organs. But because he wasn't an herbalist and because he didn't have access to Chinese books, and there weren't many translations at the time, and he also didn't have much interest in what he didn't know, he didn't really learn deep Chinese physiology. So there are other things that I've added into the tradition as I teach it that come from other things I've learned that are just as important to stabilize at the beginning of treatment. And one of these is stabilizing the pulse. So the heart is the sovereign of the self. Heart is the center and the sovereign of the self. And Confucius says, when the emperor is on the throne wearing red and facing south, that's all that needs to be done. And everything proceeds as it should. And the metaphor here is the emperor is the center of heaven that never moves on earth. And the emperor's only function is to perform ritual. So on the winter solstice, he faces north and wears blue and says the prayer for winter. On the spring equinox, he goes to the eastern gate, wears green, faces east and says the prayer for spring. Likewise for summer, likewise for fall. It's the emperor's job to perform ritual, to do the right thing at the right time for the right place for the right reasons. It's the emperor's job to recognize the special gifts in every individual and to bring them out in that individual through the resonance of love. And he does that by not moving, which is a metaphor for being trustworthy. And the empress sits on the throne, aligns the top of their head with the North Star heaven, and just the presence of who they are and the level of their recognition of the heart in each thing, they activate the heart in each thing through resonance. So the heart is the center and the sovereign of the self. It is the center storehouse of Shen, of spirit. And when the emperor is not on the throne, unwelcome influences may enter. Possession, aggressive energy, for instance. So stabilizing the pulse is the first order of business. Okay. I was just looking to see what slides I included here. Sorry. So there are different ways the pulse can be unstable. Rate, rhythm, amplitude, and intensity. And the way this is diagnosed is 3 fingers on each hand at the same time, looking at the whole pulse at once. Rate is beats per minute. It's quantitative. It's as quantitative as you can get in Chinese medicine. Beats per minute. Rate. The rhythm is having a regular rhythm and not deviations in rhythm means that beats are dropped, beats are missed. The amplitude is the stability of the height of each time the pulse hits your fingers. So you go to the superficial depth, you're in the chi depth, and a stable, healthy pulse comes up each time and hits your fingers. An unhealthy sign would be it doesn't come up in the chi depth at all, or now and then it makes it up there, but other times it just barely, and it just never touches your fingers, so you have to press harder to feel it. That's a change in amplitude. So rate is how many beats per minute. Rhythm is, does it drop beats? Amplitude is, how high is it? And then with intensity, we want every beat to hit the fingers with the same strength, not some softer and some stronger. There are different ways that rates can change. In proximity to a shock, the closer a person is to it, the faster their rate will be. So you've all experienced this. You get some bad news and your heart rate goes up. The longer that elevated heart rate is sustained, so if a healthy pulse rate for your age would be 72 beats a minute, which on average in this course, most people, if you're, 20 to, let's say you're early 20s to 60, 70 years old, your heart rate should be somewhere in the 70s. But the closer you get to 60 or 70 years old, heart rate can drop to the lower 70s. So if your heart rate goes up to 90 or 100 beats a minute, that means every minute you're having 20 or 30 more beats. That means you're using comparative 30% more chi over the course of a day for your heart, which means that over time, the heart rate's going to drop and drop and drop. It would be like if you were exercising excessively, continually. So then your pulse gets, so a rate can be, the closer you are to a shock, the more fast the rate will be. The further you are from a shock, the slower the rate will be, below what is healthy. The other pulse pattern you can have is the heart rate just continually changing rates. So it's going like this. Do you hear that? No? How about this? Can you hear that? Okay, well, there's a noise gate built into the microphone, so you can only hear me speak. And so the idea is, so like this. So an unstable pulse rate could be like, can you hear that?
No, but the image of your hands moving kind of.
Okay. So a pulse rate can be chronically too slow, chronically too fast, or changing back and forth. All three cases indicate shock. When you take the national exam, when they tell you a person is too slow a heart rate, what is the answer? It's going to be cold. And if they say a person is too fast a heart rate, your answer is going to be heat. That hasn't been true in 170 years anywhere in the developed world, except for mentally ill street people. No one in this call is subjected to environmental extremes of weather. I push a button on my phone and I get in my Volvo in my 50-degree garage, and there's a heated seat and a heated steering wheel. 20 minutes before I leave my restaurant, I push a button on the phone, and the temperature is regulated. And I am wearing polar fleece under my down ski jacket. And I have central heating in my house and central cooling. So historically, of course, in the medicine, people were subjected to extremes of temperatures, and they still are in much of the world, but nobody in this class is, unless they just don't dress appropriately when they go out. The most compelling reason today a person has too slow or too fast the pulse rate is shock to the heart. When you get a patient and their pulse rate is too sustained too fast, you know that they're in proximity to an event that was shocking, relative proximity to an event that was shocking. If you get somebody whose heart rate is too slow, either they were just born with massive heart qi and yang deficiency, which should be borne out by looking at their tongue, and the presence of a feeble, absent distal pulse, and sadness and depression, an inability to sustain relative inability to sustain intimate contact in their life, heart stories of heartbreak and resignation, sorrow. So they were either born with a relative deficiency of heart qi and yang, they over-exercised and just to get away from that depression, which compounded the problem, or they had a heart shock that has been sustained over many, many years, and ultimately, due to the emotion associated with it, depleted their resources of heart qi, probably heart yin and heart blood. So rhythm does the pulse drop beats? Dropping beats means the emperor isn't there. The heartbeat is being, becoming, being, becoming, being, becoming. The integration of the unconscious, conscious, unconscious, conscious, unconscious, conscious, heaven, earth, heaven, earth. When the heartbeat drops, the emperor is absent. They've vacated their pulse, and the effect is the same effect as you're listening to a symphony orchestra. What happens if the conductor just turns his back on them and stops conducting for 5 seconds or a second? There's no reference point. There's no North Star. Can you imagine the London Philharmonic and the conductor every 7 beats just turns their back on the orchestra and stops giving signals? Total chaos. And everyone would start to question, are they committed? Are they committed? What's wrong? And then all of a sudden, instead of having the entire orchestra manifesting in union this great piece of work, you have everybody just doing their own thing, which is chaos, which lays the ground for possession. The chief characteristic of possession is chaos in the person's life. Manifested internally in terms of organ health, and externally in terms of the dysfunctionality of their relationships, both to things and to people. So the first order of business is stabilizing the pulse, and this is done with acupuncture and herbs. The first herb is called Yunnan Baiyao, which Yunnan is the province, Baiyao is white powder. The formulation is a Chinese state secret. From the taste and smell, it has a lot of Tianqi ginseng in it and borneal. The myth of the formula, the story as Dr. Shen told it, Dr. Shen was Leon's teacher. I studied with him a little, and he was my herbalist for about 5 or 6 years before he died. He was the last vestige of ancient China. You would go see pictures in his house of him as a little kid. Black and white pictures of him and his family dressed in traditional Chinese outfits in front of buildings that look like pagodas, which were their house with dragons carved on them and stuff. When you visited, he had concubines. I remember some gorgeous woman in a leather miniskirt in his driveway waxing his Mercedes Benz. He supported a family system of like 60 people. The Woody Allen movie Alice is the woman, I forget, maybe Mia Farrow, I can't remember who starred in that one, goes to an acupuncturist and has spiritual experiences every time she gets treated. And the acupuncturist was based on Dr. Shen. His office was across the street from the Empire State Building for 20 years. His family was the main rice importer for Chiang Kai-shek. And he escaped during the revolution, went to Vietnam for 20 years, and then moved to Fifth Avenue, which is where Leon met him in New York, and Leon introduced me. And anyway, Dr. Shen would tell the story that Yunnan Baiyao was a family formula, and the man who created it would follow injured animals through the jungle and note what herbs they ate. And that originally it had like 100 ingredients in the formula. And when the communists took over, they tortured the family to get the formula, and the family didn't give the whole thing. They only gave the partial formula. And the Chinese guard it the way Coke. I mean, who the hell cares what's in Coke? Maybe the people who run Pepsi and Dr. Pepper, but none of us care. I haven't had a soda in 40 years. Anyway, that's the legend of this formula. I can tell that it is ginseng and borneol. It lists ingredients on the box, but you can't trust anything the Chinese print on their medical material or their scientific research. They just make stuff up. One of the greatest and highest arts in China is forging antiques. It's true. And their attitude is, and it's not without merit, that if I make something out of the same materials, with the same tools and the same intention as it was made 4,000 years ago, then it's the same thing. Right? Yes, Amanda, hi.
So a bunch of classes a while ago, you mentioned using this formula to treat heart shock.
Yeah.
And I was only ever introduced to this formula for treating stopping bleeding.
Yeah.
And veterinarians love to get their hand on it.
Yes.
And I can't find anything online that tells me to use this to treat heart shock.
Well, that's not true, because I've published articles and they're all online.
Yeah, outside of your stuff, like there's nothing else.
Well, in the Shenhammer system, if you read stuff by Ross Rosen or Brant Stickley, I don't know if Brant's written anything, but anyway, I mean, within Dr. Hammer's lineage, all you have to do, I mean, it's very simple to follow through, that like all phenomenon in Chinese medicine, blood loss has gross, subtle, and very subtle dimensions to it. And the gross level would be you're actually physically bleeding, but you understand the metaphor of a person bleeding psychically. Yeah. Have you ever had a shock in your life strong enough that you cried uncontrollably and just couldn't stop?
Yes.
That's psychic bleeding. That's what this treats on the subtle level. So what this treats on the subtle level is you and another person joined your hearts together as one. The spiritual blood was flowing between your hearts, and then they left or you left. And you have that feeling that your heart has been blown open and the vessels are hanging out of your chest and you're just bleeding and you have uncontrollable tears that you can't even hide from people. You just, in public, will just burst into tears. You hear a Hallmark card advertisement and you burst into tears. Everything triggers you. It doesn't even matter if you're shopping, you'll just burst into tears right there for everyone to see. That's psychic bleeding. That's what this treats.
Okay, thank you.
I gave this lecture once, and a Chinese woman came up to me afterwards, so excited, and she was excited. She was excited because she said, "I never thought of that use for it. It's absolutely brilliant." But she was more excited than just technically learning how to use the formula. She actually got in the class the principle of being able to think about everything in terms of its gross, subtle, and very subtle dimensions. And it was just kind of like exploding in her mind, because she had learned in China, and dialectical materialism means we're only going to discuss the physical dimension of existence. We're only going to have a dialogue, a dialect about what's measurable and physically real. Because the Chinese were just coming into mental rationalism, and Mao had 10,000 years of superstition and myth and magical thinking that he wanted to get rid of in order to bring China into a modern industrial society. And of course, he killed the baby, threw out the baby with the bathwater. And, killed 60 million people or so during the Cultural Revolution. 60, 70 million, something like that. Okay. Yes, Dennis, hi.
Hi. Would Yunnan Baiyao be successful in dealing with atrial fibrillation?
Well, it will reduce it to the degree that shock to the circulatory system is contributing to atrial fibrillation. But again, AFib is based significantly on heart qi and yang deficiency, and it doesn't tonify those things. It moves congealed blood and it stops bleeding. The most significant thing to say here is that most people with AFib are on blood thinners to stop them from throwing clots.
Yes.
And it would therefore be contraindicated to give this to anyone on a blood thinner. Now, there are people I respect, like Heiner Fruhoff, who have said they don't think it's contraindicated because the herbs and the drug work in very different mechanisms. But for legal reasons, I would never advise giving it to anyone on a blood thinner. And in fact, I had a patient 25 years ago who came to me for treatment, and I prescribed to them Jiawei Xiaoyao-san. Xiaoyao-san with gardenia and tree peony to take the heat out of the blood. Very gentle formula. And 2 weeks later, they had a stroke and lost half their body.
Whoa.
And it turned out that they were also consulting, without having told me, a naturopath who put them on 2 different forms of coenzyme Q10. And it turns out, if you research it, that there are 6 or 8 papers on coenzyme Q10, 4 of which say that it binds to receptors and stops Coumadin from working, and 4 of which says it has no effect on Coumadin. And I realized that I don't ever want to be in the position of having to explain to a jury why the herbs that I'm giving a person weren't the reason someone had a stroke. And I stopped prescribing all herbs to anyone on blood thinners
Right.
for legal reasons.
Yes. Well,
So
that's
I would not advise giving this to anybody who is on a blood thinner. If they are not yet on a blood thinner and aren't getting Western medical treatment, I would say go see your doctor and take these. And I only prescribe these 2-3 times a day for 8 days. That's a course and then it's done. But if they're on a blood thinner and they've seen a doc, I would not give these to them, because the fact that a doctor has given a patient a blood thinner is a statement by the doctor this person could drop dead at any time.
Yeah.
So when that happens, who's the finger going to get pointed at? All the physicians and medical experts are going to say it was the acupuncturist and those herbs.
Of course, there has to be a scapegoat.
It wasn't the 17 drugs we were giving.
Right.
Anyway, so.
Well, one more question.
Yeah.
Would the same logic apply to Guipi-Wan and Dun Chen-Yin-Wan?
Well, I stopped giving drugs. I stopped giving herbs to anyone on blood thinners.
Right.
Because
Same
I just
legal
didn't want to
logic.
ever be in that position. I just uninvolved, because at the point I learned this, I actually had assets. So I just stopped. So I would apply it. I don't give anything to people on blood thinners.
Okay. Makes sense.
One of my questions on my initial intake is, what prescribed meds are you taking? And if a person says blood thinners, I just don't prescribe herbs. I just use needles. Except with rare exceptions. If I get to know the person and I feel okay, they're stable, then there are some herbs I'll give, but I really try to avoid ones that thin the blood. Okay?
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, good. So, Yunnan Baiyao is for shock to the circulatory system. One way you can think about this is there's the heart and there's and the heart is the sun and the circulatory system is the sunshine. And you can think of that as the relationship between the heart and the heart protector, and the heart protector, in a sense, being the circulatory system. So, you know that phenomenon when you're driving your car and it starts skidding, or you hear skidding, or you might not even be driving your car. You know, if you were right here, right now, if you started hearing a skidding outside your window, a car skidding, something in you tenses, waiting for the crash. That is the heart protector. That is your circulatory system contracting, trying to protect the heart from damage. So this is a blow to the heart protector, and the heart protector is in shock, and the circulatory system is tense to tight. Yunnan Baiyao takes the heart out of shock and relaxes the circulatory system. It can treat irregular heart rate, missing beats. It can treat it's just as appropriate for a pulse, like a normal healthy pulse for most adults is about 70. Or, 70 to 74. If the pulse is 50, Yunnan Baiyao will help. And if the pulse is 90, Yunnan Baiyao will help. It is an intelligent formula. Acupuncture points all have intelligence. Whose intelligence? Your intelligence, which is cosmic intelligence. So, what would be the main 2 points you do for a pulse that was 48 beats a minute? Well, heart 7 and lung 9. Lung 9 is the assembly point of the pulse. Heart 7 is the source point on the heart channel. What's the main 2 points you do for a pulse that goes 130 beats a minute? Well, heart 7 and lung 9. But most herbs don't have that capacity. You can't give a person ginger and it'll make a hot person cold and a cold person hot. Ginger will only ever just make a cold person hot. You can't, gypsum doesn't have the capacity to make a hot person cold and a cold person hot. It only makes a hot person cold. It has no intelligence built in. The only herbs that have intelligence built in are the herbs that are in the highest category. The first character of the first chapter of the first page, the first paragraph, the first sentence of the Shen Nung Bon Sao, the first herbal text in China, says there are 120 kinds of herbs that help people nourish their destiny. And these herbs correspond to heaven. There are 120. It says the highest class of herbs corresponds to nourishing destiny and corresponds to heaven, and there are 120 types. And that's where I got the name of my first book, Nourishing Destiny, from that sentence. So those herbs are the ones that have intelligence, like Schizandra, Wu Weizi. If you have insomnia, it will help you sleep. But if you're totally uninspired in life and have no inspiration, it will wake you up. There's an intelligence to it. Ginseng will take a person who's flat on their back without qi and blood and exhausted and lift them up. But it'll take a person who's overworking all the time out of worry and calm them down so they can sit down, create a center so they can sit down and stop doing. There's an intelligence to it. Yunnan Baiyao is an intelligence formula, and its intelligence is a too slow pulse, it will raise towards 70, a too fast pulse, it'll lower towards 70, and a pulse that's changing from slow to fast, it will equilibrate at about 70. And when a person, all the blood stagnation a person has, where blood isn't flowing, it will move that blood to get it flowing, which means reintegrate that pain back into awareness. But all the healthy blood a person's losing, it will stop them from bleeding. Who was the veterinarian who was speaking to me? Was it Amanda? I can't remember who it was. Who was the veterinarian who asked the question about?
Oh, I'm not a veterinarian, but I know veterinarians want this formula.
So Amanda, you brought up the point that I taught something and you can't find it in the general literature. That's going to be true of a lot of what I teach. But I've documented it in 2,500 pages of text with 3,000 footnotes and about 1,200 bibliographical citations. And you have to remember that most of the printed material on Chinese medicine is either represents or is derived from the Communist Politburo in China, and that they've very intentionally restricted the conversation down to a strictly material basis. So it would not be surprising. Anyway, as you get toward, have you read my green book?
I'm working on it. I took your last course, so I have it. So I read certain chapters.
So the green book, so there's classical Chinese medicine, and there's a contingent of people who teach and practice, endeavor to practice that. There's contemporary Chinese medicine, and there are people who teach and endeavor to practice that. And the Green Book is future. That is the medicine for the next 200 years, and it isn't here yet. It's just incipient. It doesn't exist yet, so you won't find references to it. You'll only find references to it in the future, not in the past.
Yeah, and that bothers my ego because I must know. I always want to look and find the answer, and I have a hard time just accepting when someone says something like, "Where did you
No,
find
well,
it?"
you should never do that. You should never just accept it. I mean, I've said that several times. I remember many years ago, Amanda, that when I woke up to soul, I became very interested. When I started transitioning from being just an ego to also being a soul, I became very interested in what is soul. And I thought at the time, since I was still very mental rational, I'm just going to read all these traditions and what they say about the soul, and then I'll know what the soul is. And what I realized after about a year or two of endeavor in this regard, that what the soul is just an ongoing discussion that will never end. And that's true of all of it. I paid $500 30 years ago to put a brick outside the Traditional Acupuncture Institute. And it just came in the mail to me, and someone said they tore down the building and they're ripping everything up. And I went and got your brick, and here it is. And I thought to myself, I should have had inscribed in it, instead of my name, I should have just put "Nothing is written in stone." It would have been funny, at least to me. Anyway, Dr. Keely Taylor. Hi, Doc.
Hi. Really quick on Yunnan Baiyao. Does it need to be the capsule form? Because I know that they also have like a patch version, obviously.
Yeah. You
Okay.
can use the capsule or you can use the powder.
Okay.
But the patch is something entirely different.
That's what I was thinking. I
And
didn't know the ingredient.
frankly, the evil bone water that Mark T. Bryson sells,
Mhm.
do you know that stuff?
I do.
It works much, much better than the Yunnan Baiyao patch.
Okay, great.
And also the blue poppy dragon's blood liniment,
Yes.
particularly. So Mark Bryson's formula, as far as I can tell, is relatively more cooling in terms of things that have that are hot. And the dragon's blood formula works relatively better for things that are more purely blood stagnation.
Okay.
And they both work far better than the Yunnan Baiyao patch, which is crap, as far as I can tell.
Thank you so much.
And also, God knows what they're putting in it. I wouldn't put it past the Chinese to put steroids in it without labeling it. Hi, Kelly.
Yeah, hi. I just had a question a little bit off topic, but not much. So if most symptomatology that in Western medicine anyway is attributed to the heart itself, in 5-element acupuncture is far more often attributed to heart protector, what are the true heart organ imbalances? I mean, like cardiac arrest?
Well, sure, but they're both intimately tied together and influence each other. So we can talk, Kelly, about the right and left side of fire. The left side of fire is heart and small intestine and is imperial fire. And the right side of fire is pericardium and 3-heater and is ministerial fire. And when the main imbalance is on the left side in the heart and small intestine, things are very much more severe. So the way the fire officials work is that because the emperor is so important, it has 4 layers of protection, whereas all the other organs just have a yin and a yang organ. The heart has 4. The heart is the emperor who lives in the forbidden city, who lives in the chamber, inner chamber of the imperial chamber. And no one gets to see the emperor. The general gets to see, the liver gets to see the emperor, the general gets to have audience, and some of the highest ministers get to have audience, and nobody else. The small intestine is the person who stands outside the ministerial chamber and has to bring all information into the heart, and in doing so, take complexity and turn it into simplicity to present the situation to the heart, and then has to hear the heart's response, the emperor's response, and then present it in its simplicity and essence with absolute fidelity out into the world. So the small intestine is the translator, whose main function is listening. The heart protector is the person at the castle gate, at the drawbridge, who decides who gets in and out of the forbidden city. And the three heater are the people at the Great Wall of China who decides who gets to leave or enter the country. So it's sort of a political representation. These are officials. Remember, the Chinese didn't call them organs. They called them officials, which were visualized as officials in a court run by an emperor who had recognized the special talents and whose job it was to be the conductor and bring out through love and resonance the special capacity in each of his representatives, the other organs. True heart pathology is denoted in the Tao Te Ching as an excessive need for control. The Tao Te Ching says the best emperor is the one, no one knows their name, they don't know who they are, they don't know where they live, and everything just goes right. The next lowest emperor is the one that everybody loves, but now there are strings attached. The next lowest emperor has to start passing laws, and the worst emperor has to enforce the laws with the military, which is the genesis of heart disease, of becoming increasingly more controlling. And the person is ashen, and they're controlling, and they're dominating, and this is serious. People who are relatively more small intestine, because the small intestine's great function is listening, it is the capacity to listen is compromised by trauma. And whereas the heart grows dominating and controlling and dictatorial, and this was what J.R. Worsley was like, the small intestine gets confused. The hallmark of small intestine imbalance is you ask the patient a question, and within 3 sentences, they're off to the races, and you don't even know why they're talking about what they're talking about anymore. You say, "Do any of your joints ache?" And they say, "In 10th grade, I was playing tennis and the person hit the ball too hard and I just missed and it hit me in the head and I got a nosebleed. And they took me to the nurse's office and there was a male nurse and we wound up having a relationship and later they got thrown out of..." And you're listening to this and you're like, "I just asked if you had any joint pain." They can't sort out. And you don't, the fact that you're confused about what they're saying doesn't reflect your lack of paying attention or your intelligence. It's because no 2 sentences, it's Donald Trump. No, he cannot continue a single line of thought through a sentence, let alone through 2. And never 3. Ever. He is incapable of it. And he's not small intestine, he's large intestine. But the two intestines are so closely linked that when one is dysfunctional, the other function of the other suffers. Having a conversation with Donald Trump is the closest you'd ever come to literally being able to speak to intestinal bacteria. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being literal. The man is buried in a fog of dysbiosis, and the dysbiosis is calling all the shots in his cognitive process. And I'm not being rude, and it's not a political statement, it's a medical statement. So then we get to the heart protector. The heart protector is, its function is to protect the primordial child, and its two stages of dysfunction are closed tight or blown wide open. The closed tight is that there's a dragon next to the heart saying, get the fuck away from me, don't ever touch me. Don't fucking touch me. Step the fuck back. The person's soul wants union. They can get excited in the initial stages of a relationship when it's more three-heater and more social. But as soon as it comes to real intimacy, there's just a dragon there guarding the gate. They're never going to they're never going to ultimately open the deepest recess of their heart to anything or anyone. And that can be manifest as no relationship whatsoever, or tons and tons and tons and tons of relationship, but never staying with anyone and always leaving at the point that things would start getting real. The three-heater is more about the Great Wall of China, and this is the person who, the minute you meet them, the second you meet them, they're your best friends. I literally have had patients who in the first session look at me and say, I just want you to know I love you. Like, we just met and I'm married. Right? But this is the person who, like if we were all meeting in person, you'd say, anyone want to go to lunch? And 6 people would go to lunch. And this is the person who starts telling you about their psychotherapy over lunch or their divorce and it's a social situation. The dysfunction of the right side of fire, heart protector, three-heater, is the person has a deep confusion over what is a social and what context is social and what context is intimacy, and it's constantly confusing the two. This is the person who you meet at lunch in a class and 4 months later get a birthday card from them. You know, you shake hands with them and then there's a Facebook friend request because you met once. They need to be in touch with everything and everyone. That's more three-heater. So heart protector is more about the capacity to have deep union at a soul level with another. This is really quite a deficient capacity in humanity. Most people, by reasons of archaic conditioning, never let anyone have full union, ever. This is deeply programmed. Women tend to think that men can't do it, but women can, and it's a delusion. Women are profoundly competitive with each other. There's a famous quote by T. Grace Atkinson from an article she wrote in the 1970s. Sisterhood is powerful. It kills sisters. Anyway, in my green book, in the fire chapter, I talk all about gender conditioning from an evolutionary perspective, citing tons of anthropological research done by men and women. And it was the one chapter in the book that I had to rewrite 7 or 8 times. And it's the only chapter in the book. I sent it to a modern woman, a woman at a modern stage of development, a man at a postmodern stage of development, and a woman at an advanced integral stage of development. And I said, read this and critique it. And I rewrote it 7 or 8 times to do everything I could so people could read it without getting triggered. Because my experience was when I taught, I had to stop teaching the material in my classes because postmodern people couldn't handle it. They just couldn't handle it. The women were completely habituated to the notion that patriarchy was a creation of men and they were victims of it. And the men couldn't hear it, the women couldn't hear it, people would get hysterical, and I completely dropped that whole dimension of my teaching. But it's in the green book. Took 17 years to write that book, and that chapter took 3. Anyway, yes, Eric, hi.
Hi, yes. So going back to the rhythm, the pulse, for a pulse that is dropping beats,
Yes.
what alternatives would we have if we want to be legally safe and not use Yun and Bayao?
You mean because the person is on blood thinners?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, then give them this. So there's the Yunnan Bayao. Let me talk a little bit about it, and then we'll get to the acupuncture treatment. And first of all, treating for possession and aggressive energy will always be the first good things to do to create that basis of stability. Here's the Yunnan Bayao. You have them take this little red capsule, which traditionally was cinnabar, which is the first herb in the Shenang Guansao. Out of the 120 herbs that correspond to heaven, cinnabar is the first. It's red, it corresponds to the heart. It's mercuric sulfide. These days, you could just have the person eat a tuna fish sandwich to get it. I doubt these days there's any mercury in it at all. God knows what's in it. I don't use Chinese patent formulas at all. I only use American companies run by my friends that I know test every ingredient on electrophoretic gels. And this is one of only 2 formulas I use made in communist China, because I haven't found anything else that will substitute. The other formula is Wu Ji Pai Feng Wan black chicken pills, which is the greatest gynecological formula for exhausted, enervated, nervous, blood deficient women. And it works incredibly well for women with bilaterally thin pulses, with insomnia and anxiety, and weak periods, or dysmenorrhea or amenorrhea. So I give this red pill the night before, and then 2 pills 3 times a day for 8 days, which means 3 of these boxes, using 3 of these boxes. Here is the acupuncture point equivalent. We don't have time to go through the whole thing, but it's in my red book. I'll go through it quickly. We have the source and low points on heart protector and 3 heater, triple heater 4 and pericardium 6, inner frontier gate. The inner frontier gate is CV4, a circle CV14 to CV17 that opens up the diaphragm and relaxes the diaphragm and the pressure, that feeling you've been stabbed by a knife in the gut by this breakup, whether you're the one being left or the one that's leaving. You feel like you've been betrayed, and that feeling of being stabbed in the heart. CV15 is the mood point of the pericardium. CV17 activates the primordial child, the unwounded dimension of the self, and it is the reunion point of the heart protector, and the lungs, and it tonifies Zangqi to resync the rhythm of the heart with the rhythm of the lungs. CV14 is the mood point for the heart. So CV15, 17, and 14 move stagnation from the heart, lungs, and heart protector and reinvigorate the Zangqi to synchronize the heart with the lungs. CV15 is just below the diaphragm and relaxes that whole circle from CV14 to CV17 in conjunction with pericardium 6. So the central part of the diaphragm can just relax and cease repressing. Bladder 38 is Gao Hong Shu. It's the outer spirit point from the pericardium. In TCM, it's bladder 43. And if there's the presence of mania or depression, I add governor 10 and 11. Now, I don't do all these points at once. This is a pool of points I choose from over several treatments. So I might do pericardium 6, triple heater 4, CV15, and to stabilize the pulse, add lung 9 and lung 1. And that could be one treatment. And another treatment, I might do heart 7 with governor 10 and governor 11. In another treatment, I might do pericardium 6 with triple heater 5 or pericardium 7 with the bladder 38, for instance. So this is just a pool of points to consider. And I go through them in much greater depth in my red book. Yunnan Baiyao is also very good for frostbite. The treatment for, if a person had frostbite 40 years ago, but they tell you that when it gets cold out, their toe tips turn white and are painful, cut up 5 pounds of fresh ginger, boil it for 10 minutes, take the ginger out, and wait till the water's just not hot enough that they can tolerate it. So it cools down. It'll still be very hot. Like it gets to about 108 degrees. Have them soak their feet in it. The ginger will leach the cold out. Open the pores and leach the cold out. And give them Yunnan Baiyao internally, which will open up the shock circulatory system so that the Shen, the consciousness that the blood carries, can make it to the periphery. So now we're going to talk about the formula Banja Hoputang. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 3:25 sharp. Okay? And then we'll go over this formula. And I'll get to your, well, let's go to 3:15 and then we'll come back at 3:30. So I'll take your questions. Eric, you had a question, and then Sarah J. Yes. Eric, I think you're unmuted.
I just removed my hand. Sorry.
No, I can hear you. You don't need your hand up.
No, that's fine. I think I left it up accidentally.
Oh, I see. I got you. Okay, so Sarah J and then Kelly. Go, Sarah.
Yeah, I have a client who excessively bleeds during her menstrual cycle, and upon talking to you and some other people, I started giving her Yunnan Baiyao right after she starts bleeding.
Not the right formula for it.
Well, she has other formulas.
The right formula for it is the Wu Chi Pai Feng Wan.
Yeah, so I did that for months and months and months, and it didn't shift anything. But giving her Yunin Bai Yao, I mean, only
Okay.
a small dose. Now she still has extremely heavy bleeding day 2, but day 3 has tapered off a bit.
Okay, good.
I was gonna ask, would I increase Yunin Bai Yao
I
or
would give the two at the same time.
okay, I think I do, but I'll try. All right, thank you.
Yeah, well, you also have to then diagnose to why isn't this getting to it, and that could take some advanced pulse diagnosis that you may or may not be capable of. You could bring her for a consult with Tracy, for instance.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and do that in the next soon. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Kelly.
Yeah, I had a question about the ginger and Yunnan Bayao. I'm sorry, I must have like just hiccuped when you said like the ginger you soak in or are you ingesting?
No. You get 5 pounds of fresh ginger, cut it into nickel-sized slices, boil it in the biggest pot you have for 10 minutes, bring it to a boil, and then lower the heat, but keep it at like a rolling boil for 10 minutes. Strain it and pour just the liquid, use as a foot bath.
Yeah.
If the cold is in the whole body, you can have them draw a hot bath and then pour the liquid, all the liquid into the bath and have them soak in it.
Yep.
And they just boil it for 10 minutes, soak for 10 minutes, and then wrap yourself in a flannel nightgown for 10 minutes.
So that's really similar to what I've suggested to all kinds of patients with circulatory issues, but also adding, if they have it, cinnamon sticks and
Okay.
chen pea. And my other question, part B, is with Raynaud's. My more, I think, enlightened understanding of Raynaud's is it has a very deep, like most autoimmune, emotional component, but I still usually treat it, for the physical circulation, such
Not
as
with Yunnan by hour ginger baths. Raynaud's, the hallmark of Raynaud's is a bilaterally thin pulse. And the herb formula that has cured it in every patient I ever gave it to is Don Quai Sinitom, which treats blood deficiency. Yunnan Bayao doesn't treat blood deficiency so much. It stops bleeding and it erodes congealed blood. It doesn't tonify blood. And it doesn't really tonify chi so much. And it isn't the right thing. It's for heart shock, not long-term blood deficiency that comes from malnutrition or poor digestion.
Do you see the emotional component usually with Raynaud's as well, or?
Well, it has its own emotional component related to blood deficiency and issues around generally in life around lack of nourishment and insufficiency that can manifest in different ways, but it doesn't have the heart shock component.
And then the foot soak or the full body soak would still be appropriate because that's usually what I.
For Raynaud's?
Yeah.
I've never given it for rain. The soak, as I understand it, and the way I was taught about it and always used it, is for external cold that has gotten in due to exposure of actual cold, and the cold that comes from, and it's opening up the pores to allow the cold for the ginger to open the pores, promotes sweating to get the cold out of the body. My understanding of Raynaud's disease is a very long-term blood deficiency that can come from multiple reasons and multiple sources that I talked about when you were in my clinical integration class relative to blood deficiency, and that is significantly digestive, some combination of digestion and diet.
Thanks.
And comes from blood deficiency. It's an internal cause, not an external cause. So opening up the pores wouldn't be expected to make a difference. Now, any person could have some combination of both of those things. Okay. Okay, let's come back at 3:32. See you all in a few minutes. Okay. So, hi, Dennis, you had a question?
Hi, yes. I had this patient whose atrial fib flipped into RVR, rapid ventricular rate,
Yes.
and I attempted to drain heat using bleeding of heart 9 Jingwell point, and heart rate kept going up like to over 160, and even though I used heart 7 and small intestine 4 and attempted to stimulate the vagus nerve with Qigong, heart rate kept going up. And so I had to send him to the ER, where the definitive treatment, of course, was either
Ablation.
defib, was, well, yeah, ultimately ablation, but in the ER for an emergency, it was defib with 200 joules or an IV drip of amiodarone.
Yes,
So I'm wondering what you would do instead.
I wouldn't do anything instead. The issue you're bringing up here is important for all of us to contemplate and understand. Chinese medicine evolved in a pre-modern culture that modern medical technology wouldn't come into existence for another 2,400 years. And so there are whole categories of acupuncture treatments and herbal treatments for conditions you're never going to see. There are categories, there are herbal formulas whose main application is in diabetics who aren't getting insulin. And for people on the edge of stroke whose blood pressure went untreated for 30 to 40 years. And you are not going to see patients like that. And by the time you get people for whom these point protocols and these herb formulas would have been classically appropriate for, these people will have been on lisinopril for 25 years and hopefully not have wound up in the conditions. And the ones who have will have like ignored their symptoms for years, not taken the medication, ignored their high blood pressure, their kidneys have been depleted and under stress. So you're seeing end stage conditions. When you mention something like that, the only thing the Chinese had at their disposal was bleeding Jingwell points.
Yeah.
So the expectation that it would help, the expectation that there's some other Chinese thing you should have tried before sending them to the ER, I'd say no. The best thing you could have done is send them to the ER at that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Eric. Hi.
Hi. Yes, I was interested in learning more about the scale of the 5+. Is that anywhere in one of your lectures or a book?
Well, it's in my clinical integration lectures for my 2-year course, but that could be a 5-minute discussion, which I just gave you, buried in the context of 25 full days of lecture. So I don't know where it is.
Okay, then as we're trying to help with this shock using this pulse stabilization, so you had talked before about, these stages where we're helping the patient to wake up, grow, and then clean.
Yes.
What stage are we when we're dealing with this shock right now?
Oh, well, the waking up and growing. So waking up can happen in a second. 1 minute you're asleep, and the next minute, the 1 second you're asleep, the next second you're awake. You understand that. That's your daily experience, right?
Mhm.
Waking up can happen in an instant. Growing up is forever. And the treatments that I'm teaching you now are treatments enacted in the initial stages and the first 5 to 10 sessions of treating someone where you're laying the foundation for their ongoing treatment. Every patient I ever had, I said to them at the outset, I'll see you once a week for 8 to 10 weeks. If you're getting value, we'll decide when it's appropriate. You'll go to every other week, and then once every 3 weeks, and then once a month, and you can come once a month the rest of your life. So I can keep my finger on your pulse and we'll practice preventive medicine. And I laid out the invitation to, as long as you feel you're getting value from this, we're going to go together forever until you want to stop. So a lot of people tell their patients, you should have symptomatic relief within 3 treatments. And if by 5 treatments they don't, they say, I'm sorry, it didn't work. I'm practicing a whole nother level of medicine, and I've always been interested in that. So what I'm teaching you now are things I do right away to lay the foundation and clear the therapeutic field to create a stable context for ongoing development forever. The waking up can be an instant. Shadow resolution is a process that takes time as we drill deeper until we get to a point where we've resolved all fundamental contradictions. And that can take decades. And growing up is forever. Growing up is forever. And showing up is forever. But waking up just takes a second. The end point of all the traditions was waking up. They didn't understand anything about growing up. You realize you could have a completely awoken Aztec priest in complete non-dual communion with all of existence as they were carving your heart out of your chest and eating it. From any position beyond the level of stage of development they're at, that is grotesque. But it doesn't mean they weren't awake. They were just immature evolutionarily. Do you understand? But when they did that, they didn't lack integrity. They had absolute integrity to the cultural system they were living in at the time.
Thank you.
Okay, yes. Let's talk about stagnation in the diaphragm. Let's see, I might have put the cart before the horse here a little bit. Okay. Let's talk about the diaphragm and the significance of the diaphragm. The first 3 chakras are survival, sex, and power, reflex, instinct, and impulse. All of the organs beneath the diaphragm represent unconscious functioning. You only know you have a gallbladder when or a liver, or a spleen, or a pancreas, or a kidney, or a colon, or a small intestine, or a stomach, when you're very, very sick. Otherwise, you don't have much of a relationship to those organs. They only impress them upon, you might get a stomach ache or a little acid reflux, which are early functional signs of illness. But your spleen, your pancreas, your kidneys, you only start to feel them when you're very ill. It's unconscious functioning. Consciousness is above the diaphragm. What's above the diaphragm? The moon, the stars, and the sun. The moon is the lungs, the sun is the heart, and the stars are the 7 holes in the head, the sensory orifices. The moon, the stars, and the sun are Shen. Above the diaphragm is consciousness. Below the diaphragm is the unconscious. And the diaphragm itself, which is the halfway demarcation point in the human body, is an organ of repression governed by the liver. The function of the liver in raising the clear yang is to bring content from the unconscious into consciousness. The wood is halfway between water and fire, and the tree sends roots down deep into the ground to tap the deepest potentials, to rise it up above the level of the ground so that the upper branches can aspire toward the sun, which is heaven. When we repress anger because there is content that we refuse to face, the function of the liver is facing content. The healthy relationship to liver is by 11 o'clock at night, we are lying horizontally. And we have stopped reading and stopped looking at our screens and stopped thinking and let go. So that 11 o'clock, all the blood has returned to the liver. And the liver has 400 to 500 enzymatic reactions that process the content of the blood, which represent facing all the content at night when we're sleeping that we wouldn't face during the day because we hid it from ourselves. And then that content is given to us as symbols in dreams. So dreaming is the liver processing the blood, which is Shen, revealing to us through symbolism that unconscious life we lived that we wouldn't face during the day, and it impresses upon itself upon consciousness as symbolic content at night when we sleep, when all the blood returns to the liver. One of the key signs of shock is insomnia. The spirit can't rest. The person wakes up, and then the liver gets busy at night doing things, reading, engaging in activities, watching TV, and doing things, so we can avoid having to deal with the content that we wouldn't deal with during the day that the liver's revealing to us at night. Then we don't want to deal with it at night, so we're awake. Usually till 4 a.m. when like the liver is 11, gallbladder is 11 to 1, and then liver is 1 to 3. And so at the transition 3 to 4, somewhere between 3 and 4, we fall back asleep. And then we've sort of avoided the whole thing. And we sleep for a few hours and then we get up. So insomnia is one of the chief symptoms associated with heart shock. The liver is an organ of repression, and it tenses and it tightens to shove content down, to keep it from consciousness. And repression is never selective. So repression is a lie we tell ourselves, and we all know that As soon as you tell one lie, you have to tell another lie to cover that lie. And soon you're telling lies to cover lies. The symptomatic, that's the same genesis of you take a drug to repress a symptom, then you start to need a drug for the side effects of the first drug, and then you need a drug for the side effects of the first two drugs. And then you're taking drugs for the drugs. You tell a lie, you need to cover it with another lie until you get to a point you've told the lie so long you can't remember what's a lie and what's true. What actually happened and what's a fiction. You get lost in the whole thing. The consequence of repression is never selective. Anything you repress will show up. The signifier for the lie we tell ourselves through repression is made known to us in the flesh and in psychic function as symptom. Symptoms are metaphors and symbols for aspects of self that are denied. The consequence is that the diaphragm tightens as the head dominates the heart, and the superego dictates to us who we are based on what we've been taught in life and our conditioned life experience, all the rules and roles and shoulds and shouldn'ts and all the conclusions we drew with our partially formed immature mind at younger ages. And we cut ourselves off from the unconscious and from a deep soul knowing, and therefore from our life curriculum. And we begin to compensate by merely succeeding in the world, on the world's materialistic, transient, and inherently limited terms, cut off from the virtues of wisdom and compassion and humility and heartbreaking care that the soul is capable of. And union without boundary. Union without boundary. Non-dual union. Union, love, unconditional love, cut off from these things. All love becomes conditional, and all love becomes fixed to objects that the ego sees as possessions. My wife, my husband, my partner, my kids, my guitars, my house, my practice, my patience. That's the ego's view. So the love becomes confined to objects that the ego sees as things that it owns and as possessions, as opposed to love being the context in which all things flourish and which we are all one together. And this is a consequence of separation and the wound that comes from trauma and living our life under the auspices of somewhat true but extraordinarily partial conclusions in the face of our life experience. The consequence is that the tight diaphragm, all 12 meridians pass through the diaphragm. So the bladder and the kidney, right? Pass through so the small intestine and bladder and heart and kidney and liver and pericardium and gallbladder and three heater and stomach and colon and lung and spleen, all the 12 paired meridians have an upper and lower aspect that have to pass through the diaphragm. And when the diaphragm tightens, there's this constriction and there's a separation between heart and mind, head and heart, consciousness and unconsciousness, being and becoming. And yin, and these are all expressions of the ultimate separation of yin and yang, which is ultimately the thing that Chinese medicine diagnoses and can do something about. But when most practitioners of TCM talk about promoting communication between yin and yang, they never approach the depth of the ultimate implication of it in terms of their own obligation to be living examples of the kind of union that the medicine predicts is possible. So my entire teaching is geared toward providing the practitioner with a context in which to feel the obligation to become the kind of human being that Chinese medicine predicts is possible, as living proof of the efficacy of the medicine. And that's it. That's what integral means. That's what it means for one to literally be the medicine. And this entire tradition is based on becoming the medicine in the context I just talked about. To me, anything less than that isn't interesting. I might as well, to me, anything less than that, I might as well spend my time practicing guitar and just getting my camera and going outside and shooting pictures. But when it comes to that, when it comes to the heart and soul felt obligation to becoming a living example of the kind of integration that Chinese medicine aims for, that to me has traction. Everything else is just, I might as well be doing crossword puzzles. I mean, honestly, it's just otherwise it's an abstract intellectual exercise. So one of the things we want to do early in practice is open up the diaphragm. Now, this is from Leon Hammer and Dr. Shen's tradition, and I've elaborated it to great extent, but it is from their tradition, and it is not from Worsley's 5-element tradition, but it is equal status to draining aggressive energy and treating possession and these sort of things. The acupuncture points for opening the diaphragm, again, this is a pool of points. I'm not doing all of these in one session. Liver 3, liver 13 and liver 14, which are obviously by the diaphragm. Liver 13 is on the liver, but it's the mu point for the spleen. So it represents that transverse relationship between wood and earth. Liver 3 is earth in wood. It's the earth point in wood and the source point in wood. Source point means it renews the meridian with an unconditioned, with source chi, primordial is source, yuan is primordial. It means a quality of chi unconditioned by life experience. That's what source means. A quality of chi unconditioned by life experience. So we have the earth point in wood, and then with liver 13, we have a point on the liver meridian for the earth. And then we have liver 14, gate of hope, the mu point. The name of liver 13 is gate of law, chapter gate. It has to do with a person with existential writer's block. They're just stuck in the past on what happened. And until they get justice for what happened, they can't move on in life and write a new chapter. The only problem with that is that the person who committed the abuse no longer exists. And the further away in time the abuse happened, the more one's story about it has become a myth that one has created. It isn't actually what happened. So you're not the person you were when that happened anymore, although that person is buried in the archaeology of who you are. And the person who did it isn't the same person anymore. They don't exist. The past that defines you is a fiction created by an immature mind that you're living as though it's real. And though you might be sophisticated enough to have seen through a lot of the indoctrination you received from culture when you were young, and you've left the church and left the synagogue or left the cult or seen through the indoctrination you got in your family and schools, even might be able to laugh at it now. It's a whole nother thing to let go, to put on the table and examine and see through the degree to which your mind has been indoctrinated by your own emotions and thoughts. That's a whole nother thing. To see through the indoctrination you've experienced at the hands of your own ego. Most people never do that. Hello, Dennis. Yes.
Hi. It occurs to me while you're saying this about the primordial child energy that children that are not being taught cursive or handwriting in school anymore are being deprived of connections.
Well, they might be, but I've gotten as far as I've gotten, and I haven't written cursive since 1968. And I was
you already had yours formed by then.
I was never any good at it. I always thought it sucked. I haven't even written a handwritten letter more than a birthday note since I bought my first Commodore Amiga computer in 1985. I mean, I don't know. Something's, as Joni Mitchell said, something's lost, but something's gained.
Right.
So the thing is, Dennis, I am reticent. So the operating, it's not that we haven't lost and distanced ourselves from certain gifts with the advent of modernity and technology and computers and all that. It isn't that hasn't happened.
Right, like AI.
It's just, yes, it's just that all the traditions that posit that are all focused on going back, like make America great again. And if you look at all the times when human beings had all these great virtues that we imagine that they had, and all these capacities that we think they've lost.
Yeah.
Slavery was legal and they were all murdering and raping each other. It's a fiction to think they were in some kind of elevated state. Every day was survival, and life was brutal beyond what anyone on this call can imagine. People were owned by the emperor and the king, who could take your life on a whim with no question, or your body, with no question.
Yeah.
So to me, the answer is always in something that has going somewhere we haven't been before.
Mm-hmm.
And another foundation in this tradition is the recognition that who we are now, with our bodies and their minds exactly as they are, and our life experience and memory exactly as it is the absolute perfect vehicle for awakening. And not knowing cursive isn't in the way of anyone waking up or growing up and becoming and showing up in the world as a creative evolutionary love warrior.
Okay, got you.
I mean, that's just where I'm at. That I'm just telling you because I'm giving this teaching what the orientation of this teaching is.
Yeah, and the flip side of that I see, occurring from what you're describing in the past is in the future AI becoming sentient and doing the same thing.
Well, AI is never going to be alive. And I mean, they're fusing computers with, this is a big conversation. They're fusing computers with biology.
Yeah.
So it will be hard to know what the outcome is. My personal feeling is that the consciousness being programmed into AI at its leading edge is a deficient mental rational consciousness, nowhere near postmodern, certainly not integral, and absolutely not at the levels of, at visionary levels or witness levels or non-dual levels of awareness. So, I mean, I'm concerned every day about all this, but I'm hopeful.
Yeah. Ditto.
And it has seemed to people of every age that the end is at hand. My attitude is I'm going to go out as a force for the true, the good, the beautiful, and give it everything.
Right on.
Knowing that at the moment I passed, I gave everything I had with a clear conscience. And all I can do is everything I can do. And that's the attitude, that is the attitude of the authentic self. And the attitude of the ego is that's beautiful and it's inspiring, but Johnny stole my truck in the sandbox in 1973. And my parents didn't take it seriously. And I still have a lot of stuff I have to deal with. I haven't quite gotten around to, I have a lot of stuff I have to take care of for me. I'm not quite ready for a conversation this big. And I can say, I can understand that. I was, I can have a lot of compassion for that. But what I discovered is we come to the end of that just as soon as we want to. And we want to, at the moment, our heart breaks open and we actually realize who we are as limitless care.
Yeah. Well, perspectives on primordial child energy bring all these notions up.
Yeah. Well, it's all good conversation. And I think this conversation, I mean, sometimes people say, I wish you wouldn't go on all these tangents. This isn't tangent. This is like the central discussion of what it means. People think treating trauma is something I'm going to do on people who've had trauma. We're talking about the condition of everyone who's ever incarnated.
Right.
And then there are people who were in a car accident who lost a child or had this particular trauma or that particular trauma, which are relatively more egregious, but just incarnating into a body, leaving pure white light to incarnate into a body to be raised by crazy people and educated in a public education or private, it's trauma enough.
Right.
Okay, so
thank you.
We want to open the diaphragm, and here's we have liver 14 and we have lung 1, and liver 14 is the only entry exit point on the diaphragm. All the others are above it, but liver 14 is right on the diaphragm and it goes to lung 1. And this is in a category of points called entry-exit blocks. And the entry-exit blocks are the yin ones are liver 14 to lung 1, spleen 21 to heart 1, and kidney 22 to pericardium 1. The yang ones on the head are colon 20 to stomach 1, small intestine 19 to bladder 1, and triple heater 22 to gallbladder 1. To practice this medicine, you have to know this shit like that. A teacher told me you have to know this. You have to know the names of points and their functions and the categories and the herbs so well that if you were running down, if I saw you running down the street past my house being chased by a pack of wolves, and I yelled out, "What's the wood point on gallbladder?" You'd yell out, "Gallbladder 41," just before crying, without even having to think. That's how well you have to know this stuff. And we know this stuff and we learn it that well because we care, out of a heartfelt obligation to our patients. We realize we're responsible for this. It isn't a game. It is a heart, soul felt obligation that comes from infinite gratitude for having a moment to act in which we can make a difference. We take it with the same seriousness we would want to take the surgeon who's doing brain surgery on us. We would want them to take their work. Not like, okay, I'm going into brain surgery, I'm going to have to look stuff up in a book before each session. We don't want our brain surgeon looking stuff up in a book. Where's the singular gyrus? I can't remember. I might have been sick the day they covered. The day they covered basal ganglia, I think I was out with COVID. I'll have to look that one up. What the work we do is every bit as serious. Western doctors save the form of a life. We save the purpose of it. They're both important. So liver 14 to lung 1, out of all those entry exit blocks, all of them are 3 to 4 inches long. Liver 14 to lung 1 in some people could be, 2 feet. If the person's 6'8", 7 feet tall, 2 feet long. The circulation of Qi and TCM starts at lung 1 and 365 points later ends at liver 14. The journey liver 14 to lung 1 is the journey of the soul after death. As the soul leaves the highest branch of the tree, the highest point on the liver meridian, ascending to the clouds in heaven at lung 1. It's the journey of the soul through the Bardo realms. We have to open up the diaphragm. Liver 14 to lung 1 is where aspiration, rising the clear liver yang, is expressed in English as the capacity to aspire towards. And liver 14 is aspiration, the internal rising of clear liver yang beyond the diaphragm to bring content from the unconscious into consciousness so we can see it and we can face it and we can process it and learn from it and then let go of all dysfunctional interpretations. Liver 14 is aspiration, lung 1 is inspiration. Lung 1 is the shiny object in the sky that the tree is growing toward. Opening up liver 14 to lung 1 frees the liver 13 and liver 14 and lung 1 frees the diaphragm so it can breathe. Also not on this list is gallbladder 24, whose name is the sun and the moon, which refer to the left and right eye. And when you put the character for sun and moon together, you get the character Ming, which means enlightenment, non-dual enlightenment. The unity of the left and the dichotomous vision, left and right eye, come together, and the outer meaning is clarity, the inner meaning is enlightenment. That's why it's the character on the cover of my green book, written in gold, the color of the heart. So standing for the enlightened vision of the sage. Lung 9 is the assembly point of the pulse. Lung 6 is the G clef point. Lung 7 is the low point. Okay. The function of source points is to renew a channel with a source of capacity that is unconditioned by life experience. The function of a G clef point is to move stagnation, and the function of the low point is to vent that stagnation toward the exterior so it can leave. Now, I just said that in one sentence, but I spend 3 or 4 hours in my clinical integration course just talking about those 3 point categories. So we don't have the time here, but I just went through it. Lung 9 renew, the source points renew with a quality of chi untouched by life experience, meaning it's primordial, it's uncynical, it's unwounded, untraumatized, unvictimized, has nowhere to go and nothing to overcome because nothing ever happened to it. The lung 6, the G clef points function to move stagnation, which includes stagnation of external and internal pathogens. The internal pathogens are one way or another thoughts and emotions we hold onto that have no function and don't correspond to reality. Shoulds and shouldn'ts, and rules and roles that have no basis and do not further life curriculum. Low points vent the stagnation to the exterior so the stagnation can leave and the primordial chi can replace it. Large intestine 6 is the low point for the colon, so it vents to the exterior. And CV17 we've covered. Banja Hoputang formula has the function of relaxing the diaphragm, getting rid of chi stagnation in the diaphragm that is felt as pressure at the CV14, CV15, pressure in the chest, and tightness in the throat. All of these syndromes are known as plum pit chi. The character for plum pit chi, P-I, plum pit chi, is a picture of the Chinese character for the word no over the character for the word mouth, under the character for illness. And it is an illness where your diaphragm constricts and your heart closes and your throat closes and you're not speaking your truth. You're not speaking authentically. The function of Banja Hoputang is it circulates chi in the chest, relaxes the diaphragm, disappears plum pit chi, and makes grief disappear. It just disappears grief and longing, makes them just go. Where did they go? I don't know. You take one capsule and they're gone. So for people with shock over that is tied in the diaphragm and shock over divorce, this formula has nothing to do with an irregular pulse. The irregular pulse is Yunnan Baiyao, and one of the next formulas we'll talk about, Sheng Mai San, which stabilizes the heart rate. Yunnan Baiyao is for tension in the diaphragm and pressure in the chest and throat. This is a beautiful acupuncture point corresponding formula to Banja Hoputang, but another main formula when the predominant symptom is tightness in the throat is stomach 9, which is people welcome. Ren Ying, people welcome. For the person who habitually says yes when they should be saying no, so they can avoid conflict in the moment, But every time they say yes, they swallow and internalize resentment until it poisons them. There's a saying in Alcoholics Anonymous that holding on to resentment is like swallowing poison and hoping the other person dies. So this is because women for hundreds of thousands of years, culture hasn't held the value of what has been the value for women evolutionarily throughout history in nearly all cultures: sex, child rearing, and service. Not speaking. Women who spoke were burnt at the stake. Literally, not just figuratively. So women tend to have a deep, deep archaic structure of avoiding conflict in the moment by saying yes to things which their soul is telling them to, which if they were to authentically enact their life curriculum, they would have to say no to. They didn't have the capacity to say no for hundreds of thousands of years before humans had language more than just grunts. And culture only gave them the capacity in America to say no in, I think, 1972, spousal rape became illegal. Like up to 1972, it was legal to rape your spouse. So, you know, I mean, that's fabulous that it happened, but that is 55 years ago in the context of 1 billion years of that structure being in place. Anyway, there are deep conversations about all that in my green book that we don't quite have time to go into here, but I hope you can see how related this is to trauma. How related to that whole conversation, how significant it is as an archaic structure in consciousness that persists even in people who would, men and women, who would explicitly think of themselves as feminist. Because the structure is so deep, it's arrogant to think that it would be gone, which is why women have preponderantly more thyroid conditions through being ingratiating. Ingratiating means saying yes when you really mean no. Vajrahoputung opens the whole thing up. How effective is it? I had a patient who had been having panic attacks. He got to the point of panic attacks where he'd have a panic attack because he knew he had to go in a room with people, and he'd start to have a panic attack because he was afraid that if he went in the room, he'd have a panic attack during the meeting. He'd actually start to have panic attacks over the notion that he was going to have a panic attack. And so we went to a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist prescribed some probably Prozac, something like that back in the day. And he didn't want to take them. And he talked to a friend, and the friend sent him to me. And I drained aggressive energy and opened a bottle of Vajrahoputung and said, I want you to take one of these a day. And I'll see you next week. And I opened the bottle and gave him one in my office and said, here's some water. I want you to take this right now. And he called me 3 hours later and said, they're gone. The entire syndrome triggered by the trauma that clenched the diaphragm down became a habit. You know how sometimes you have a cold and you get a cough, and then 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later, the cold is gone, but you're still coughing? you don't have the illness anymore. It's just become a habit. And what needs to happen is just the tension in the throat or the tension in the diaphragm needs to be relieved to break the habit. How do people get this diaphragm condition? We get the diaphragm condition because in our mind and in our hearts, we have committed into a deep relationship to union with another person or with people, an institution or with people or a collective. And either we've been excommunicated or we know that for our own life curriculum, we have to leave them. And the liver is angry that the other has caused us to have to leave them or that the other is leaving us. And the liver is pushing us to move on, but we still have tender feelings in our heart for them. We still love them. I mean, we didn't get involved with them because they were a jerk. We still love them. We still have an affection. We bonded our souls to this collective or to this individual and felt one with them in union. So we're being thrown out or we're throwing out. We need to move on. The liver is pushing us to move on, and it's angry that the contract of union has been broken. But in the heart, there are tender feelings. And we repress those tender feelings because they're a threat. The liver is below the diaphragm. The heart is above the diaphragm. And the repression of tender feelings comes into contact with the rising liver yang, and the diaphragm just tightens. And then we get plum pit chi. And there's so much we want to tell the person that we can't. Because we feel we need to break off from them. We don't want to communicate, or they have told us, I don't want to hear from you. You ever been broken up with someone who just ghosted you and said no more communication before you had a chance to speak? You get this tension at CV14, 15, tightness in the chest, tightness in the throat. You're enraged and there's nothing you can do because you don't have the opportunity to communicate. This acupuncture treatment and that herb formula make it all disappear, and I mean disappear. Go. 1 to 2 capsules a day for 8 days. Significant difference. The longest I ever had to give it was actually Bansha Sheshantong formula I had to give to someone, which was the next formula we're going to cover. I had to give it to someone for 8 months once, but they took 1 dose of Fosamax and couldn't eat anymore. Anyway, this works very, very quick. How quick? I gave 1 capsule to a person who had nearly a year of panic attacks, and 3 hours later or so, they called and said, it's just gone. And it never came back. They said, I can't believe it. It's just gone. That's because the tightness in the diaphragm that came from the trauma of breaking up, the diaphragm is just tight and it keeps re-triggering the trauma over and over and over. The anger, and then the repressed tender feelings in the heart, and then the grief in the lungs. And the Bansha Hupatang relaxes the diaphragm and circulates everything and just moves it. When I learned herbs, I went through class and I took a lot of the herb formulas that I learned so I could watch their action on me. Now, for legal reasons, I would never tell anyone in this class that they should try Yunnan Baiyao for 8 days or take a capsule of Banja Hoputang once a day for 8 days to see what it does. For legal reasons, I would never do that. But it's certainly what I did when I was learning the herb formulas, and I found it very instructive. Joel.
With this herb and the black chicken pills, I'm just wondering if you have a brand that you recommend.
Oh, well, the black chicken pills are the only one of two the Yunnan Baiyang black chicken pills you have no choice over. They're made by one company in China. You want the black chicken pills that come in the green box with a picture of a chicken on it, and inside there are 10 little boxes, and each box has a wax egg the size of a ping pong ball in it that you have to break open, and inside that are 20 little pills. And the dose would be about 4 to 6 of those once or twice a day.
Okay.
And the Yunnan Baiyao you have no choice over. One Chinese state company makes it. Banja Hoputang, if Classical Pearls makes any formula that I use their formula. Theirs are the best. They cost more, but they're the best. The most cost-effective, highest quality herbs I've found in Chinese medicine are golden flower Chinese herbs. But they don't make many of the formulas Heiner makes. But if I'm going to get Banja Hoputang or Gui Tang or Jiawei Gui Tang or Sheng Mai San or any of the classical formulas, if Golden Flower makes them, I'll give them, because you get the purest herbs and the most effective herbs for your money, in my experience.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions about Banja Hoputang and what it's treating? I think we all have enough life experience that you've all broken up with someone. When somebody has chi stagnation in the diaphragm, a pulse shows up between the left middle and distal and the right middle and distal, halfway between liver and heart, halfway between spleen and lungs. And when that pulse is present bilaterally, it means a person has been divorced. Either literally because they had a legal marriage contract and they got divorced, or they had committed their heart and soul to someone and that person left them. So this will show up in people who were engaged and they had to break, the engagement broke off. And it will show up in people who are still married in a relationship, but they have psychically left the relationship and are just staying in it for reasons of convenience and rationalization. But they haven't physically left, but they've psychically left. So if the person has these pulses, and I say, have you been divorced? They say, no, I've been married 40 years. You say, would you like to get divorced? They say, absolutely, but kids or finances or, we're too old, what's the point? That sort of thing. But they've psychically left. Yes, Keely, hi.
Curious if this breakup kind of thing would be applicable to a child who is adopted at like 3 days old.
No. No,
Okay.
not at all. No, this is fundamentally a question of being at a stage of development where you've made a conscious decision to have union. When it's with another individual, they were a lover and you had sex with them, and you had said to each other, this is it.
Okay.
Or your expectations were, this is going to be it. Like they said, when we go on vacation in November, I'm going to ask you to marry me and formally propose. And then they didn't do that. And instead they said, I just can't. Or I'm not going to do, like you had the expectation and you were completely psychically committed and soul level committed. You were
Okay.
committed heart and soul. That's not the case with adoption.
Even if the child has time with the parent and
Yeah.
that bond is made. Okay, cool.
No, because
The consciousness.
infants don't have a human mind.
Yeah.
The human mind emerges commensurate with the advent of language, and the person only has a human mind mind is only developed to the degree any individual can articulate their experience authentically with language.
Okay.
That
Thank
is
you.
the degree to which mind is developed.
Okay.
Wendy, hi.
I just had a comment about what Keely had just said is my mother was adopted.
Mhm.
Her mother gave her up just after birth. She didn't want to give her up, but was forced to.
Mhm.
She's very young. And my grandparents, my adopted grandparents, who are my grandparents, when my mother was a few months old, she started getting pneumonia. And it happened several times. Like she wasn't staying healthy. So they moved to Texas from Pennsylvania and
Yes.
lived there for a number of years to help her.
Mhm.
And so I always thought that it was related to that, like that somehow her body knew.
Oh, well, the vulnerability of the lungs karmically and psychically in terms of loss could certainly have been related to the vulnerability that allowed the pneumonia. But that is not chi stagnation in the diaphragm and has nothing to do with the syndrome pattern.
Okay,
It
so
is
there
not,
still could be.
that is not the repression of tender feelings in her heart towards someone she's furious with and needs to move on from.
Okay.
It's a very different mechanism.
Okay, thank you very much.
And let's face it, a lot of adopted children are far better off for being, on average, even more than average. The people I know who've adopted children did it out of a great love and gave those kids much better lives than they would have or could have had their parents not put them in many, many instances. Right. So.
Right. That's what I think in my mother's case that was true also. She was much better off and
Asthma,
but there's still something that happens.
In terms of Chinese medicine, the etiology of what you're talking about in the context of this class is shock. What's the nature of the shock? It is the father, in terms of the way the Chinese think about conception, the father invests the child with Jing, and the mother invests the child with blood. Conception is Jing coming together with blood. And the triagram in the I Ching for conception is water and Kan, and water is a yin line, a broken line, a solid line, and a broken line. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can draw it here for you. Signature date. Oh, here we go. Annotate. Annotate. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. There we go. Is this showing up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, that's the triagram for water. This is the triagram for conception, which is breath imparted by the Father as Jing into blood, breath into form, like the Christian thing of God breathing life into clay. This is the penis in the vagina. It is Jing in blood. It is Yang, the life force within Yin. When young children developed asthma, They couldn't have had. So you will find in them that the left proximal pulse is deep and feeble. Do you understand? Indicating kidney yang deficiency. You can't have worked so hard by 3 months or 3 years or 6 or 8 years old that you've depleted your kidney yang. What this means is that you got insufficient complement at conception of kidney yang from the father, which manifests in life. So at conception, you got insufficient yang, and that manifests in life as experiencing lack of connection to the father. And asthma in young children is most often paired with longing for a connection to the father, which would certainly be exacerbated in someone who was separated and put up for adoption. Okay. It is treated with kidney yang tonics and lung tonics that tonify kidney yang and tonify the capacity of the kidney to grasp the qi, which is a metaphor here for the water and the blood not sufficiently having grasped the yang at the moment of conception, which is often but not always due. Well, it's going to be somehow due to the compromised health of the parents, which is often due to their age at the moment of conception, or having had many children prior and a lot of jing being consumed. So you're the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th kid. And the parents are older and it's so depleted in resources. Anyway, that's a big picture on that. Eric, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So you were saying the quality of the pulse
Yes.
Was what could you go over that briefly again?
That there is a pulse that arises between the liver and the heart and the spleen and the lungs, so that when you roll your finger from liver toward the heart, you feel like you're going uphill. And when you roll your finger from the spleen toward the lungs, you feel like you're going uphill. And when you roll your heart from the heart down to the liver, you feel like you're going uphill. And when you roll your first finger on the other side from the lungs down toward the spleen, you feel like you're going uphill. So there's a big bump between the two, and that's the diaphragm pulse. And the stronger it's present, the tighter the diaphragm, the more pressure around the heart, and the tighter the throat is clenched, and the more difficulty a person is swallowing. And as you do these acupuncture treatments to open the diaphragm, and you give these herb formulas, the pulse will change until the point it's gone away. And the person will then experience less tightness. But as there's less tightness in the diaphragm, insomnia will clear up, rage will clear up, grief will clear up, and content starts arising again that you can then help them face and process. All the repressed content can then be helped faced and processed.
Yeah, that was part of also my questions. Any symptoms surrounding diaphragm is also related to the breathing and the lung. The grief pertains to the lungs.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the repressed rage pertains to the liver, and the repressed tender feelings pertain to the heart.
Any tongue signs, and that would be my last question related that you have noted.
Well, the one tongue sign for this formula would be presence of phlegm.
Thank you.
Very, very drawing formula, but at the dose you're giving it 1 pill or 2 pills a day, just tell them to drink a little extra, make sure they're hydrating, but with 2 pills a day won't be that dehydrating.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me move. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get there. Pointer. Okay. Oh, I have to erase. Let's see, garbage can. Clear all drawings. Otherwise, it shows up on every slide. So here are the functions of Banja Hoputang. We've all talked about them. So we talked about gross, subtle, and very subtle manifestations. The gross manifestation of phlegm is you're going and you're spitting something out on the ground that has weight and mass. That's real. That's manifest phlegm. That's phlegm in the gross realm. Grief is the subtle presence of phlegm. Grief is phlegm and longing are phlegm present on the psychic and the soul level, on the subtle level. So stomach 9, plum pit chi, people welcome. They won't speak truth in order to preserve the peace, but they store resentment long term. The virtue associated with earth is a picture of a human being standing by their words. A man or woman standing by words coming out of the mouth. What I think, my intention, my words, and my action are one. That's non-duality. My intention, my action, my words are one. A related formula is Bansha Sheshantang, which is minor biplurum without the biplurum. And instead you add Huang Yan to drain heat from the heart. So it's minor biplurum formula. You're taking out the biplurum, which shifts, and adding Huang Yan, which shifts the emphasis from wood to fire. Bansha Sheshantang is the constitutional formula for small intestine. It is for when you break up with someone, and instead of feeling all this pressure in the chest and tightness in the throat and grief as the predominant symptom, you become heartsick and you lose your appetite. And you become deeply confused. The small intestine just can't sort it out. You want to leave the person, and 1 second you find yourself hating them and wanting to move on, and the next second you're having sex with them. You ever experience that? It's not that unusual. It's like couples stuck in this deep pathology where they fight and they scream and they yell, and then to relieve the tension, they have sex. It's a condition of hot binding with cold. Minor biplurum is for Shaoyang. It's half in and half out conditions. This is for the situation where a person is lovesick, but it's affecting their digestion, and they have pressure at CV14 and 15 and completely lose their appetite. And they feel like a screwdriver or knife has been put into CV14 or 15, and that their lover is turning it. And they just feel this tight binding of hot and cold. And that tight binding of hot and cold makes them lose their appetite, creates rebellious chi, where if they eat, they get acid reflux, which is just the resentment and the anger coming out. And they feel hot and cold, which is they go back and forth between, let's go to therapy and take care of the relationship. I absolutely hate you and I want nothing to do with you. Back and forth, hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold, in and out, stuck half in and half out. This is what I call Clash syndrome, like the band The Clash. If I go, there will be trouble, but if I stay, it will be double. right? Some of you know that song. I'm starting to feel old. Anyway, I think it was a big song in the 70s. Anyway, it's one of those lines. I'm a musician, and there are certain lines in songs that I'm like, that line, I wish I had written that line. If I go, there will be trouble, but if I stay, it will be double. That's this formula. The person's hot and cold. The physical dimension of hot and cold is the Shaoyang alternating chills and fever. But when a person doesn't have an external invasion, when the external invasion is not a bacteria or a virus, but a relationship, and the confusion is around love, that is the fighting and then having sex. The we can work it out and the I'm done, I'm out of here. It's the syndrome where you're divorced, but you'll go and collect your alimony check, which your partner writes and leaves on the bedroom pillow every month. Do you know that syndrome I'm talking about? Like you've broken up, but you still get together, you still hook up. You're half in, you're half out. It's not over. This formula is for that. Banja Hoputang treats all the same symptoms, but is more toward grief. This formula equally addresses tightness in the diaphragm, chest, and throat, but has digestive symptoms for it, and that sort of half in, half out behavior. That the Banja Hoputang is you're leaving or you're being left and it's done, and you're repressing the tender feelings in a way that stops you from addressing the anger. This is like 1 minute you're in, the next minute you're out. So Ted Kaptchuk calls this formula heartbreak soup. And here is everything I just said. Here's the character for P. The character for no over a mouth under the radical for sickness. Not speaking and therefore becoming sick because one isn't speaking authentically. Throat becomes so tight that one can't talk. Here's an acupuncture point equivalent. I've gone through a lot of all these points actually for you already, other than CV12, which just nourishes fluids in the middle chow. This is a character, this is a diagram I made, which I realized as I was making it, looks exactly like Prince's guitar. So if he had a guitar that looked exactly, I love Prince, and here's a character. I mean, I love half the music he made. Not so much the disco synthesizer stuff, but anything he played guitar on, I thought he was one of the greatest electric guitarists that ever lived in the rock idiom. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Here's the diaphragm, which is the horizontal axis. Here's the conception vessel, which is the vertical axis. Here's peelness as tightness on the diaphragm at CV14-15, at the heart, CV17, and at the throat, CV22, which is the window of the sky. Liver 13, liver 14, CV15, pericardium 6, open the diaphragm. Treat either condition. Banja Hoputang circulates the chi of the chest and is for horizontal stagnation in the diaphragm. Banja Sheshantang is for vertical stagnation where food can't descend. Banja Sheshantang treats more in this orientation, Banja Hoputang more in this orientation. But they both treat the symptoms of plum pitchy manifesting at the diaphragm, CV17 and CV22 as a lump, tightness and pressure, all correlated to repressed tender feelings and unfaced rage. The last formula we're going to go over, we're going to go over some other categories of formulas, but the last one we're going to go to 530 today. The last one I want to talk about is Sheng Mai San, generate pulse soup. It's 3 ingredients: heaven, human, earth, Jing Qi Shen, moon, star, sun, Ren Shen, Mai Min Dong Wu Wei Tse. 3 stands for unity. There's heaven, there's earth, and there's the chi between heaven and earth that holds them apart and binds them inextricably and eternally together as one. 4, which is death, is the fall from the primordial state of 3 to the 10,000 things. The first chapter of Nourishing Destiny, I think, is called Cosmogony, and goes through how Chinese physiology mirrors the Chinese view of how the metaphorical language of how the universe was generated. This formula is 50% ginseng. You have to be careful giving it, even though the dose is 1 capsule a day, you have to be careful giving it to people with hypertension, because ginseng can raise blood pressure, and 50% is a significant amount. Other formulas, it might be 5% or 6% or 10%, but this is 50% ginseng. It's a lot. If you if you want to give it to someone but not give them ginseng, you can just put Codonopsis in instead of Ren Shen. The function of this formula is that Wu Wei Tse Shizandra astringes the connection between kidney, heart, and lung, and astringing the connection between kidney, heart, and lung. Here's kidney, heart, and lung. The liver is, so water, fire, metal, to find the vertical axis. And this is the pyramid, the bottom-up evolution toward the single point of spirit at the top of the head, which is where the Hun goes through at the moment of death. The triangle stands for the contract, for the incarnating soul. The character for destiny is a contract with a mouth telling you your life curriculum, the voice of the soul telling you your life curriculum between earth, the broad earth, and the single point of heaven, the North Star, GV20. And this Emperor's seal of authority upon that contract, making it the mandate of heaven. And Ming is the mandate of heaven, your life curriculum. Wu Wei Tse astringes the connection between lung, kidney, and heart. Ginseng tonifies the presence of that central qi and fills it with qi, and Abhyapogen circulates that qi so it doesn't get stuck and move. Yunnan Baiyao takes the circulatory system out of shock. Banja Hoputang relaxes the diaphragm to create a union and creative collaboration between consciousness and the unconscious. And Sheng Mai Sang tonifies Zhang Qi, the ancestral qi at the center of the chest, to resynchronize the movement of the heart and the lungs and diaphragm so they're all one. These 3 approaches take the circulatory system out of shock, relax the diaphragm, unrepress contents so consciousness and unconsciousness can be friends again, and then recreate the moment of conception to engender the conception of a new self that can now face all the content, do the shadow work, reframe everything, learn life lessons, and drop all the conditioned input from culture and all the conditioning influence of the very partial, irrational conclusions we drew as children in relationship to the material, creates the stable basis for countless lifetimes of intentional development in the context of love and freedom. I've written extensively about these formulas in the chapter of my red book called Clearing Blocks with Chinese Herbs. I give whole weekends just on herbs, but in the context of this class, we've gone through a few. I want to talk just about a few categories of herbs. So here's everything I said about CV17. I mean about Sheng Mai Song. It is the Banja Huputang is drying. Banja Sheshentang makes peace between binding hot and cold, which is confusion, half in and half out. And Sheng Mai San tonifies Long Yin for a person who has gambled by loving and lost. And then the lungs feel burned and dry. And the person has a hard time taking in the pure chi of heaven into the self to renew. And the self is reconceived in every moment through breath. And Sheng Mai San recreates the moment of conception of the self by tonifying Zangqi and moistening the lungs so that they can once again receive and be open. It's all quite poetic and beautiful, isn't it? It is a science of the human condition that has evolved continually for thousands of years, 4,000 years archaeologically, and 10,000 years at least going back to its prehistoric origins. And it is developing right here, right now, in real time today, in all of us, moving ahead in the context of our times. And my green book is the best I could do to create a context to lay out a map for its future development for the next couple hundred years, which sounds totally megalomaniacal and egotistical, and perhaps is, but it was my intention. Whether you would decide whether I've done it or not, but it was my intention and my hope to do that. We have to talk about move blood formulas a little more. Blood carries consciousness, and congealed blood is content that is so painful we were unable to or unwilling to integrate it at the time of the experience. And we have designated it as not self and made it other within us as a tumor, as a growth, as a functional process that will create a growth and tumor. When this is located generally in the body as fixed stabbing pain, We want to give a formula that generally moves blood, like Con Herb Company Meridian Passage. Another form of herbs that I would learn other than classical pearls would be all the Con Herb formulas that Ted Kapsik wrote. And if you want to understand a significant influence on how I think about Chinese medicine, read his descriptions of the Jade Pharmacy constitutional formulas that Khan has on their website. The process in which he describes those formulas was very influential to how I've talked about Chinese medicine and written about it and taught about it throughout my career. I took a 2-year herb class with him in 1989 and 90, and I don't see him much, but we've been friends ever since. His wife, Mary Beth, and I went through acupuncture school together. And he lives in Cambridge and works at Harvard, but they have a house 15 minutes from here in Great Barrington. And Mary Beth is my practitioner, and I see her every month, and we'll have a meal now and then. And I love Ted, and I think he's one of the deep scholars of our medicine, far, far beyond anything in evidence in the web that has no weaver, which is not where I think he did his best work. His best, much deeper and better work is in those herb descriptions, in the Jade Pharmacy and in the herb classes he taught, the content of which, most of it never made it into press. But I hold him as one of my teachers, like Leon, in the highest regard. Although we disagree about a great many things, he's one of the few people who I can say something and he'll burst into laughter, say, that is a fantastic point, very well played. Of course, I totally disagree with it. But we can have a kind of open-ended dialogue and totally disagree, but just really enjoy the discussion. And that is a hallmark of a truly liberated consciousness, which exists in total antithesis to all the crap going on Facebook every day. Okay, so if the blood stagnation is like, if the pain is in the hips or, throughout the body, meridian passage is good. But when the blood stagnation is specifically gynecological, then the formula Women's Palace, which is now known as Women's Chamber, is very, very good for gynecological cysts and tumors. If you think it's cancer or the functional process is leading to cancer, then you're going to shift to the classical pearl formulas and mama pearls and ocean pearls, which if you care to, you can read all about. But if the woman is just having severe cramps every month with clotting and severe pain, which is the gross manifestation of issues of betrayal that on the psychic and soul level that have not been addressed and are repressed down to the level of the reproductive organs, then the women's chamber will help address that more efficiently. There are formulas that calm the spirit. When the person's liver pulse is pounding and they are enraged and have not had a chance to express that rage and make peace with it, and their context is too small at the moment to engender forgiveness. The liver pulse is pounding, they have insomnia, red tongue, red eyes, pounding pulse. Buplurum and dragon bones is the formula. The buplurum opens the liver, the dragon bones calms the shen, and the rhubarb in it helps take the heat out through the anus, through the colon, and it is the colon which empowers us to let go of all aspects of our interpretation of what happened, of the injustice, that aren't serving us. Classical pearls, peace pearls, are Swan Zhao Ren for when there's heat in the liver and blood deficiency and the presence of cold. And this is Swan Zhao Ren with Fuzi, aconite in it. And it calms the spirit and helps nourish the liver blood, so the mind isn't so active at night trying to escape content, and the person can sleep and dream. The highest will of the heart protector is choosing vulnerability from a position of strength. Some people, the way they're protecting themselves is they had enough heart chi to muster one relationship in their life and it didn't work out. And it's 10, 20, 30, 40 years later and they never dated again. And they just said, I decided it wasn't for me. Are you over it? Oh, sure. Have you ever dated again? No. And I always say to them, well, the worst that could happen is you'd be heartbroken again, and that already happened, and you know you can live. The perspective of the authentic, I don't believe that being in a sexual relationship with anyone is the answer to any problem or the solution to anything. So I'd never push that. My only care is that a person doesn't enter a relationship for unwholesome reasons, or they don't stay out of or leave a relationship for unwholesome reasons. All I ever care about is that whatever their action whatever action and choice they make and action they take is the conscious enactment of life curriculum based on the deepest heartfelt and most sincere contemplation of the whispers of their soul. We talked about the diaphragm. This is a picture of it in relationship to many of the points I discussed. Here's liver 13, liver 14, and gallbladder 24, right over the diaphragm. These are the Worsley locations. TCM exchanges liver 14 and gallbladder 24. There are historic textbooks. There are maps, ancient Chinese maps of the point locations that put them in either place. And the communists just got in, 5 people got in a room and they said, where are we going to put liver 14? And they say, someone said, well, we gave you spleen 6. We want liver 14 here. It's the way it worked out. They had to come up with a totally standardized system of medicine that negated the fact that there were hundreds and hundreds of family traditions. So we talked about gallbladder 24, the sun and the moon, liver 14, liver 13, chapter gate, gate of law, liver 14, gate of hope, where aspiration meets inspiration. Here's another, I took this on my morning bike ride one morning at 6 o'clock on a beautiful spring day, and it reminded me of Gate of Hope, liver 14 to the green liver to the white clouds above, with the sun of the light of the sun shining off the white lungs and moon. Here we have the upper kidney point. I think we have just enough time to cover the upper kidney points and windows of the sky. You have the rest of the notes. My books go over the rest of the notes in great detail. And this could be a 3-day course and it could be a 10-month course. Really, in the context of my 2-year clinical integration class, it's a 2-year course. I'm quite sure the last time I said the last one I gave was going to be the last one. But then I liked it so much, I said I was going to do it again. I did it every year for 23 years. Then I finished one last May, and the next time I'm going to do it is fall of 27. And when that class graduates, I'm going to be 70, and I just can't see beyond that. I don't know that I'll have the energy. I think I'll be teaching in a different context by then. Anyway, you're all welcome. The class is up and posted at lonniejarrett.com, and you can look into it. Anyway, Trisha, hi. Nice to meet you.
Hi, yeah, same. I just had a quick question when you were going over the gynecological herbs, and you were talking about like the tumors or the cysts, but what I've seen a bit more with my patients is that there's not necessarily like maybe they have a small uterine cyst or a small uterine polyp or maybe a small ovarian cyst, but actually they don't exhibit like cramps or pain. They have like mid-cycle spotting or a period that doesn't necessarily stop, it just spots. So do you have any
for that, you want the formula Women's Rhythm by Kahn.
Okay.
And it will work for that. They don't have to have cysts or fibroids. The women's chamber formula is appropriate if there's just dark clotted blood with pain. If the issue is one of irregularity, then Women's Rhythm will rectify that in 95% of the people you give it to. 16 drops 3 times a day for 3 months through 3 cycles, and everything should be good.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
And if the issue is blood deficiency, then if they eat meat, then the Wu Chi Pai Feng On will supplement that very nicely.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Let's talk about the upper kidney points. Kidney 23 is called Spirit Seal. Kidney 24 is called Soul Burial Ground. Kidney 25 is Spirit Storehouse. Shen, Ling, Shen. Shen is Yang. Ling is Yin. Shen is Yang. Spirit Seal, we have Shen. What was that? Someone needs to mute. The character Shen is heaven, earth, moon, stars, sun. The 1 to the 2 to the 3. It's the origin of the cosmos. 1, 2, 3. Union. Heaven, earth, moon, stars, sun. With 2 hands. Lowering a rope. Or sending down lightning, which is spirit from heaven, the dark night sky, luminosity coming down. Thou shalt. It's the young, thou shalt. The moon, stars, and sun are the portents by which we know heaven's will. This is a character for Earth doubled. It stands for a hill upon which is planted a pine tree. The authority of the emperor to rule was symbolized by a pine tree planted on a high hill. And when the emperor invested a magistrate with authority, the magistrate would do a ritual where their hand on the right would come and take a clump of earth from the emperor's mound and then put it on their own mound as a symbol of the authority invested by heaven in the emperor and through the emperor for them to rule and assume their position. And when an invading army came to take over the country, they would find the pine tree and build a huge structure over it, sealing it in the east, west, and south So only the cold, killing wind come from the north, and the tree would shrivel and die, representing heaven shifting its mandate to the new emperor. And Chuang-Tzu wrote a poem. Oh no, King Shu wrote a poem. Let's see if I have this. Yes. Zhuangzi. Men's little fears are mean and trembling. Their great feels are stunned and overwhelming. They fade like fall and winter. Such is the way they dwindle day by day. They drown in what they do. You can't make them turn back. They grow dark as though sealed with seals. Such are the excesses of their old age, and when their minds draw near to death, nothing can restore them to the light. The contribution, I would like to think a great contribution Nourishing Destiny made to the field, which, by the way, was released 25 years ago and will be celebrated this month by releasing the new translation of it in Spanish. So some students in Mexico, actually, they're not even students, they're people in Mexico who love the work and just spent the last 10 years. We were going to release it, and then the pandemic hit, so it got waylaid. And we're finally done, and I got copyright. And in the next month or so, it'll be released in Spanish, which I'm happy about. You know, your books are your kids. You want to see them go on and grow up and have a life. People looked into there was a totally batshit crazy Chinese billionaire who I had to break off all relationships with because she stalked me, who was going to have it translated into my Mandarin. And that never came about because it was an intolerable situation. Anyway, Kidney 24 is Ling Shu. Shu depicts 4 people back to back on a high plain in the wilderness. And this is the character right here for the translated in Chinese as vacuity or emptiness or deficiency, absence. If you put the characters back to back on a cliff and they can't see anything in any direction, and if you put the character for Earth next to it, you get burial ground. And this character, Ling, is the yin to Shen, which is feminine. The Ling is feminine. The Shen is masculine. The communists, Shen is, these are your orders from the top down. This is what you get. You can't change it with your will. You can have 1 kid. This is what you're doing for a living. This is where you're living. Everything comes to you top down from the Gang of 4, from the Politburo. And so they kept Shen in the tradition of the medicine. This character Ling, they changed to be unrecognizable because this is heaven, earth, moon, stars, sun, with 4 drops of rain being received by 3 mouths that are chanting, and 2 women who are offering dance, jade, and prayer to heaven to invoke it to rain. This is the character Ling. In Japanese, it's Rei, Reiki. Ling, in Chinese, it's Ling Qi, which is the name of the, Ling Qi. It's in Japanese, it's Reiki, the reishi mushroom, which is the mushroom of longevity. The notion here, whereas Shen is Shen is heaven exerting its influence to change us, and the communists said, we're with that top-down rule. Ling is the capacity of the masses and the individual to perform ritual in a way that evokes changes in heaven to evoke rain. Ling is power. The Shen is the sun and the lightning bolt from heaven. Ling is the way the moon turns the tides through the invisible gravitational force of magic, through the performance of ritual. Ling translates into English as soul, magic, ritual, and potency. And the Chinese said, we're not having anything to do with the idea that an individual can change culture. So when the Falun Gong Qigong cult, 10,000 people surround the Communist Party headquarters and do Qigong, they kill all of them and harvest their organs for organ transplants. Because when they do Qigong, they're doing a ritual to bring down the government. And the Falun Gong is a magic level cult based on magical thinking. They want to bring down the communists so they can practice voodoo, not so they can have democracy. We should be clear about that. You know that Chinese dance company that goes around, you see all the posters for? With the Chinese with the rosy cheeks all leaping through the air? That is a branch of the public relation. It's a result of the public relations department of the Falun Gong, which are a far-right religious cult. Just by the way. So this character is the feminine character. And if you look at the character on the bottom, these two lines, which mean jade, with two women dancing, that character alone is the character for shaman. This character here is the character for shaman. The Chinese got rid of it, and they changed it to this character, which is just hands warming itself by the fire, which is just an image of like Qi Gong, transmitting Qi with your hands. Interestingly, prior to the Confucian tradition, the character for physician was a sick person laying on a bed with an arrow in them signifying illness, but also an acupuncture needle treating the illness, with a quiver of arrows or a collection of arrows next to them over the character for female shaman. And when the Confucians came in and wrote the texts, they got rid of the feminine aspect of physician, the shamanistic aspect, and they put a decanter of herbs, processing herbs in alcohol to extract them, and got rid of the feminine, which signifies the transition from matriarchy to patriarchy, and the Confucian patriarchy establishing patriarchy as the worldview. This character appears in Taoist texts for physician, but it doesn't appear in the Neiqing, the Nanqing, or the Ling Shu, or any of the Chinese classics anywhere that were written, all of which were written by Confucians, who also understood Buddhism and Taoism. And please understand, though Taoism was a matriarchal religion, it was still totally run by men for the most part. The I Ching, which was written by Confucius, which was supposedly Confucius wrote the commentary to the I Chings, that's the myth, follows the masculine principle, but the Tao Te Ching follows the feminine principle. But when they're talking about the feminine, they're not talking about women. It was still men running everything. And, if you study I studied Elizabeth Rochot and Claude Lar, with her teacher, her Jesuit teacher, who wrote a Chinese dictionary that went from the oracle bones up through the modern language. He spent 50 years writing. Unfortunately, it's in French, so I have no access to it. But, they're very clear that when they're talking about the feminine in the Tao Te Ching, it has nothing to do with women. Women were owned objects in China. They were what, from a postmodern point of view, women in the Han Dynasty were slaves. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. You just look into it a little bit. So this character is soul. And then we have Shen, spirit storehouse. This is the Zong, as in Zong Fu. This is the Zhu, as in emptiness, burial ground. So we have Shen Ling Shen, which makes the trigram for fire on a water meridian over the heart. And these 3 points address the deepest integration of soul and spirit, and are so necessary to revive a wounded, traumatized person who has lost touch with who they are as unwounded emptiness and the relentless positivity of love. And this helps take them out of shock, restore the heart-kidney axis at the deepest level of water and fire, which is soul and spirit. I want to say 2 minutes about Windows of the Sky, and then I want to end. And we didn't get to all this content. But I said what I had to say. And I've written everything there is to know about this in my books. So I do my best to get to the end, but I've taken classes with some people who do 95 slides in 2 days and spend a minute. By the end, they're going through a slide a minute, and it just isn't good. Anyway, windows of the sky are a category of points in the upper part of the body and mostly on the neck across the Adam's apple. CV22, stomach 9, colon 18, and small intestine 16. These are mentioned in the classical texts. I think the Nanjing and the Jia I Ching, or it's the Ling Shu and the Jia I Ching. I can't remember. Definitely the Jia I Ching. And they're talked about in relationship to end-stage cardiovascular and neurological conditions that end in stroke and seizure, typified by seizures and frothing in the mouth, mania, and insanity, what we would diagnose as insanity. There are divergent channels, and every meridian has a divergent channel. And the divergent channels are channels of latency. When an environmental pathogen is headed toward the primary organ associated with the channel, the divergent channel puts it into latency and diverts that pathogen into the joints, so it can't harm the primary organ. And when emotion is so strong that it could damage the primary organ, the divergent channel puts it in latency in the blood by creating blood stagnation. The divergent channels have upper and lower confluent points that activate them. The lower confluent points are by the joints, like gallbladder 30 and gallbladder 34. By the knee and by the hip. The upper confluent points from many of the meridians are the windows of the sky. And the way windows of the sky points work is they unrepress hidden content that's latent in the meridian that was in the channel and in the organ, in the divergent channel associated with the organ, that was too threatening to consciousness at the time the event occurred, because the consciousness was too immature to deal with it. And it diverted it away from the organ into the blood as congealed blood and hid it from consciousness, or into the joints. The joints are more like wind, cold, damp, and the blood has more to do with emotional issues and emotional content. What the windows of the sky do is they unrepress the hidden content in the channel so it can be brought into consciousness now and dealt with from the vantage point of the more evolved, older and wiser and more experienced and hopefully more mature self. So that we can learn the life lesson that there was to learn in what happened and from our response to it, and then let go of all dysfunctional embodiments and interpretations in relationship to the content. We only want to do this once we've cleared the therapeutic field of all significant blocks and the person has been doing their work and making progress and is ready to gain insight into the repressed, unfaced content and has a good foundation and treatment under them. We don't just go the first treatment and do a window of the sky. It would be too shocking. The person would just go into shock or put it back into latency or have some kind of terrible like law of cure reaction, and they'd never want to come back. We'd be like the sorcerer's apprentice and just revealing too much too soon. It's a delicate matter. Chinese medicine is capable of doing everything that ayahuasca, psilocybin, mescaline, peyote, and DMT do, and LSD. I mean, it's not as fun visually, but it also won't plunge you necessarily into the depths of hell. Through relationship with a practitioner who's awake and on a committed path of growing up and cleaning up and has some significant degree of victory in this regard, Chinese medicine will do everything those substances will do in a more gentle way, in a kinder way. Okay, that's the class. We can take a few minutes if there are any last questions, and please don't leave because I'd like to just say a few things and then we'll end. Keely, hi.
Hi. My question was really fast about the dosage for the Banja Zhejiang.
Yeah, whereas with the Banja Hoputang, we're giving 1 to 2 capsules a day.
Mm-hmm.
With Banja Zhejiang, you can give 2 to 3 caps 3 times a day, 2 to 3 times a day.
And for about how long normally?
Until the pulse is better,
okay.
The symptoms are gone.
Great.
So you would expect to see the diaphragm position gone on the pulse and the person to report way less pressure and say, you know, it's odd, but I just stopped sleeping with my partner who I divorced 6 years ago. That kind of thing.
Okay.
Where the hot and cold flashes stop.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Dennis, last question. Hi.
Hi.
Dennis,
So
you look like you're going to show me a piece of paper and go, there's nothing to see here.
do nothing and leave nothing undone.
No, you just with the hood and the beard, you look like you're in Star Wars, like Obi-Wan.
May the force be with you.
Yes. What were you going to ask?
So relative to what you said about using psychedelics for shamanism and replacing that instead with Chinese medicine, I've had the opportunity to do past life regression work and going back in the past and a patient's energy field and changing that, whatever might be manifesting in the present.
Yeah.
So I was just going to reinforce what you're saying about that, how it works.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, to awaken consciousness, every vehicle serves only one purpose. It only serves one purpose. There is only the current moment and the impulse to catalyze the emergence of everything being better for everything and everyone in the next moment. That's just the nature of the life force.
And got one more question because you were talking about diaphragm, but didn't mention the yellow court. And
I didn't mention what?
The yellow court between the diaphragm and the apex of the heart, where
well, you're talking about what the Chinese and TCM call Gao Huang Shu.
Yes.
And I talked about pericardium opening up
40.
the area between CV14 and CV17.
Yes.
And I discussed that entire dynamic in terms of the upper kidney points and the entry exit points, all that transverse that region, under the auspices of Gao Huang Shu in my red book.
Oh, okay, great.
And I just didn't talk about it as the yellow cord. I just referred to it as Gao Huang Shu, but it's the same space with the same implications.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was going to ask you to speak to that, and you just did. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So there are other opportunities to interact with me and engage with me. NourishingDestiny.com is a website I have. The discussion groups are free, and you can also be free to make you can pay $60 a year, $120 a year, or $250. You get the same thing for all of those, which are you get all the course content I had put up for PDAs. You get it for free, but you don't get PDAs because California decided to squeeze all us practitioners, and many of us closed down our online classes. Because it used to be you paid to accredit them once, and now they want you to accredit them every year, which means the website would go bankrupt because it would never make as much as the accreditation fees. But you get all that content, and you get full access to the archives, and you get full access to me, which means on that site, you can ask a question any day about any content related to Chinese medicine in its depth and height, and I will answer. You have my books and Spirit Point cards at spiritpathpress.com, where all my classes are available. LonnieJarrett.com lists all my courses. In October, I'm going to give my first in-person traveling class in 5 years at the Academy for Five Element Acupuncture in Gainesville. It's going to be a one-day class on the dimensions of the self. We covered that for an hour and a half yesterday morning. It's going to be a 7-hour class on it. And then Saturday, that's Friday and Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to teach a 2-day pulse class on stability of all syndrome patterns involving two sides of the pulse and the progression of the pulse as it goes to Jing deficiency through all the qualities through expending yin and all the qualities through expending yang to Jing deficiency. So that'll be in October in Gainesville. On Wednesday, I'm starting a 10-month class on the dimensions of the self. So we had an hour and a half yesterday morning. Wednesday, there's a 10-month course in it. In Gainesville, there'll be a 7-hour course in it because this is stuff you can look into forever. It's stuff once you awaken to it, you're never done looking into what soul is and what it means to become a soul and to have fidelity to it, for instance, or what a superego is. You're never done questioning the values that have been programmed into you by culture that are unseen and you take for granted. You never stop being interested in looking at them. So that'll start on Wednesday. It's not too late to start. Those involve watching videos, doing readings, and engaging in intersubjective discussion groups with colleagues, and then coming to a 2-hour Q&A with me for 13 sessions now through May. Next fall, next September, I will start a 10-month shadow resolution class again. And then the following September, I will start my clinical integration class again, which is 4 3-day weekends a year for 2 years. The first year is online, and the second year offers the option to come in person. And all we do the second year, which is the last 5 of the 8 weekends, is just see patients with each other. Students bring patients. I interview them in front of the class as I would in my clinic. Everyone gets to come up, take their pulse. My student, Tracy, who has become a pulse master or is well on her way to becoming a pulse master, who I have full confidence in, will help everybody find on the pulse the qualities that I identified on the pulse. And then the person leaves and I spend 2 hours reviewing everything that happened from the moment they walked in the room to the moment they left, in the context of the kind of discussion we just had. And other than that, I'd be putting up these one-off classes. I'm going to do a 2 or 3 hour class on the triple heater, one on exercise physiology and exercise addiction and associated syndrome patterns in Chinese medicine. I just gave a 2 and 3 hour class on 2 different forms of Qigong, one of which I've been doing since 1980. And I'll teach a class on meditation, which I've been doing since 72. You're all welcome. So that's all up at lonniejarrett.com. Anyway, I hope I conveyed to you that I absolutely love teaching. And I hope you received my gratitude for the opportunity to have spent this time with you. And I hope that seeds offered with good intention were planted and bear fruit. And thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lonnie.
I used to say travel safe until I realized everybody is just in their living room. But when I taught in person, I would say travel safe. Thank you all so much. In terms of getting your PDAs, listen, this is important. I posted the class from last night on your class page. This class will be posted tonight on the class page. You have access for 2 months. In the next 2 weeks, you have to write Sarah J. at the email address I gave you. You have to send her a 3 sentence to 2 paragraph review of the course. Do not send 5 pages. The limit is a page. A paragraph is really appreciated and 3 sentences are fine. I need to have this for accreditation purposes. They can call and say, we need your class reviews to prove the person took it and to prove you're doing good work. Send a review. In the letter, send the class review. Say, I want my PDA form. Here's my state license number. If you have an NCCOM license number, send it. If it's multiple states, send them. And give Sarah J a couple weeks. You have 2 weeks to do this. You cannot write us 7 years from now. You can't write me, and people do, at 10 o'clock in the evening, 4 years from now and say your accreditation is due in the morning. Where's your certificate? Just do it now. Just do it now. write her now within 2 weeks, ask for the certificate. And when you get it, back it up to 6 hard disks, put it on a thumb drive, put it in your safe deposit box, and have Bill Gates put it on a chip and put it under your skin so that you can't lose it. If you do lose it and you have to ask for it in 2, 3, or 4 years, fine. But do everything you can not to do that, because I do teach thousands of students, and you can only imagine what it's like to receive requests 5 to 7 days a week from people who have not taken care. It's easy enough to do. Anyway, help me to that extent. And again, thank you all so much for your engagement and your goodwill.
Thank you, Lonnie. Bless you.
Bless
Thank
everyone.
you so much.
Blessings to everyone. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hope to see you again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.